where you guys left off. You have traveled to the city of Vallaki, have spent officially 2 days in town. When you arrived, you saw that there were festival decorations being taken down for what appeared to be some sort of Wolf's Head festival, and now there are decorations being placed for a festival of the sun, along with a bunch of posters from the Baron saying that attendance is mandatory, children are mandatory, and all will be well. You guys headed to the tavern, met Danica and Erwin Mardukov, who own the tavern, and their 2 boys. Traveled, got some supplies from the general store, went and visited Blinsky at the toy shop, found out that Blinsky is essentially being blackmailed by the leader of the town guard, whose name is Izek. Ordered a toy from Blinsky, decided that you guys want to potentially investigate Izek upon his return, as he is blackmailing Blinsky to make some sort of strange doll reminiscent of Irina. You also met a half-elven bard at the tavern named Rictavio, who Sten accompanied with a little bit of a ditty. You guys went to bed after Andar indulged in a drinking game with the Wachter twins. And upon waking up, Sten was semi-transparent. And Adunbi felt that he had not had a full night's rest. So you guys decided to split up. Well, one team went to investigate Wachter House. The Alistair and Sten, so as to not draw attention to themselves, decided to stay behind. At which point they met a stranger whose name was Vasily, who came in looking for help because the local priest needs assistance. So they went off to the church. Well, the team that was heading towards Wachter House got sidetracked, followed a drunk fisherman up to the lake where he was about to drown a small girl in the lake. The girl was rescued and taken to the Vistani camp back to return to her father for a decent amount of goods. Well, Sten and Alistair met the local priest and discovered that the bones of a long dead priest that protected the town had been stolen from the church, and the church is no longer considered to be a safe place of holy ground, much to the priest's concern, and he's trying to keep it quiet as to keep it from the people's notice so as not to cause panic. He was also unable to heal Alistair's curse from the hag that caused him to be missing his shadow, but mentioned that he is capable of other healing, and that the only other arcane caster he knows in town is Lady Wachter, and also there was a mad mage who lived north of town but disappeared into the woods long ago. And so, after regrouping, you guys headed back to the tavern where you had a short bar fight with the hunters. Adunbi and Mim had a great character moment, and then Alistair and Mim decided to go to church, attended a church service at the escort of Vasily, and met the priest. Mim got to meet the priest in person, and then followed Vasily home at night, while Sten, Adunbi, and Andar chilled at the tavern with Irina. You guys all went to bed, and upon waking, Adunbi once again had a less than restful sleep, and Sten has woken up further transparent, and that is and is currently the day before the festival, and the day that Sten's toy is ready and Izek is visiting Blinsky. Oh, and Mim and Alistair saw strange lights coming from the top of the Baron's house at night after they were following Vasily home. I believe that's everything. Valaki's a lot.
Yeah. And we left off with Sten yelling, and that was to black out.
Yes.
If we're ready, when we're ready.
So you all wake up with a fright as Sten screams in his bed.
Oh, that's right. And I crossbowed at the door. Sten, what's going on?
Oh my god, what the fuck?
No. You can barely see me.
Mim comes running in. What happened? Where's Sten? Oh,
Sten is so transparent, it's almost hard to see he's there. His clothes are really the only thing that distinguish, and there's like this faint outline of him. You almost have to like squint to see him the contours of his face properly.
Yeah, we should get that figured out pretty fast.
I can't go visit Blinsky like this.
How are you feeling? And I'll put my hand on his shoulder.
Your hand almost passes through him, like where normally you would feel the fur and meat of a shoulder, you feel almost like this wispy resistance. You can't feel the fur at all. You only feel like this strange shape of where Sten's shoulder should be, and it almost seems to have some give to it. Sten, for you, it feels like this strong, tingly, numb sensation where his hand presses.
Not that firm a grip, Alistair, please.
That's unsettling.
Do we know what that Morgantha is causing? Like, do we know that, or we assume?
No one really knows. I mean, it's safe to probably assume you guys all have been experiencing some sort of lasting effect after encountering the hags and making deals with Morgantha, but it's not guaranteed. Irina kind of like in a nightgown kind of like leans in. Is everything all right? I heard a scream and then Mim kind of darted.
No. Look at what's
Oh.
left of me.
My Sten, is that you?
Of course it's me.
I'm sorry.
This is truly a cruel, cruel joke.
We absolutely need to figure this out. We also have to go to Blinsky's today. How are you feeling about that, Stan?
I can't keep wasting my energy keeping up appearances. What if we get into trouble?
So, okay, so the priest said he couldn't do anything, right? Well, but then isn't Lady Wachter also magical, apparently?
To be clear, the priest said that he wasn't able to cure Alistair's condition, specifically because hag magic was. Although, remind me, Alistair, did you explain to him that it was a hag thing, or did you not? I think you did.
Yeah, I think so, because I think I mentioned the old lady along the road.
So, you mentioned, we'll say that you clarified that it was a hag. He mentioned that he doesn't know a great deal about hag magic, but from what he knows, it behaves differently than other magic.
Perhaps we need to go back to the source.
Why did that sound so ominous?
I fear that might be the case.
Ugh. Maybe this time she'll be more willing to get out of my home.
But who's to say she's going to strike a... I don't think she'll strike a better deal with me. I tricked her.
Well, maybe you'll have to make a new deal.
It's surely going to be worse.
DM, how long did it take to get from Bone Grinder to Vallaki?
It's like 4 hours.
Okay. And what time is it now?
It's about 8 a.m.
Okay.
And what?
Actually, no, I'm sorry. It's not 4 hours. It's like 2 to 3 hours.
Okay.
And then what time is Isaac going to be at?
All we have is
I
before
believe.
noon. Yeah.
I'm stumped.
You do also know that Blinsky said he's not necessarily regular. It's not like he keeps much of a schedule.
So I kind of feel like we have to go figure out that Isaac Blinsky thing and then go to Bone Grinder because of timing, or else we're just gonna miss him. Or we could give up on that. Do that.
I feel like helping Blinsky is nice.
I also think at this rate, though, our furry friend might not wake up as anybody tomorrow.
That's...
Thank you for saying that out loud. Just speaking it into the world. Really needed that this morning, Andar.
Forgot you had very large ears and good hearing.
I'm gonna take all my clothes off.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try and sneak behind Andar.
Well, if that's the kind of party we're having.
So you guys watch as Sten's armor kind of rises and falls to the floor, and all of a sudden it's very hard to see him. Roll me stealth with advantage, and Andar, roll me a perception check.
It's like when you're trying to find like a fly that's like flying through the air and then all of a sudden disappears.
19.
Andar, you lost him.
All right, theater of the mind question. When he takes off the armor, does the armor become no longer transparent?
So the armor isn't transparent. The clothes are the only reason you can really tell where he is. But they don't appear to be moving as if they're on a person. They almost appear to be like semi-floating. There's almost like there's resistance, but not like it's body contouring. And so then you guys watch as the armor comes off, and all of a sudden Sten is very difficult to see.
So behind Andar, I'm gonna go. Boo.
Turn around, look straight in his face, and cast Prestidigitation to draw a red X across his chest.
No.
This red X appears. Well, hold on. Do you have to target Prestidigitation?
Yeah.
A minor magical trick. Magical
I
focus.
am unwilling.
He's not invisible yet, is he?
He's not. He's not quite invisible, but he's very close. I'm trying to see. You make a color, a mark, or symbol appear on an object or a surface for 1 hour. I think that a person would not count as an object.
Persons are objects.
Well, good thing I'm a rabbit.
So
Rabbits are objects.
Or a rabbit person.
we'll say for flavor's sake, you cast Prestidigitation, you try and cast the X, and it ends up on the wall behind him.
I'll take it.
I'll get my X one way or another.
All right, so are we off?
Does anybody have a bell?
Bell.
So
Sten, just stay near us, okay? So we don't lose you. Sten? Sten, where'd you go?
Irina starts gathering up Sten's armor and says, well, is he coming with us or not? Because she starts kind of piling on the bed. If he's going to need this if we're going somewhere.
Hey, stop touching that, please. And she'll feel it, leave it, her.
She kind of dumps it on the bed. she
Okay, Sten, are you coming with us? Because if you are, we do need to carry that with us.
I mean, isn't it more useful if I'm not wearing it? Sure,
Yeah, but we'll need to carry it just in case you need to put it back on.
Oh, you've not. There's nothing hanging out.
So this stuff isn't gonna protect you, I mean.
Yeah, I only wear it for a little protection, but.
Okay. Well, then we'll just leave it. Are we ready?
Yes.
So, heroes, what's the plan for today?
Heroes.
Revenge.
I mean, we don't exactly have a name.
I don't think I'm a hero.
I didn't know you fancied yourself.
We could be heroes. Well, I suppose I have enough energy to expend to visit Blinsky. At least pick up the toy.
And then I think maybe we head back to the source of all the shenanigans happening. See if we can't strike up another deal.
So it is early.
Sure.
Right now it's about 7 to 8 a.m.
Strike up a deal. I feel like we should strike up something else.
I agree.
I like
we can
your
certainly try.
I'm tired of dealings with that.
Maybe
We don't know for sure if they disappear, if what happens to us disappears.
Oh, I guess that's.
No, one thing at a time. Let's go to Blinsky's first.
Sounds good to me.
Right, well, I'm gonna get dressed real quickly. And she ducks out. So after a few minutes, you guys all get your armor on, get dressed. You guys gather up your stuff. Sten, are you having somebody take your armor, or are you leaving it behind?
I'm gonna leave it on the bed. I'm going naked. I'm going to hope that a random perceptor would not believe their own eyes.
Okay,
Of seeing a shimmer of a being.
that's fair.
Not just a being, a shimmer of a rabbit person.
So
I could have sworn I saw a rabbit person in the street.
Isn't this how Donnie Darko
Invisible
starts?
and naked.
Question: Did Irina go back to the room?
yes, you went to change.
Gotcha. Mim, are you still in with us?
Yeah.
I do have a
It's always
question.
ready to go.
Have we heard noise from any of the other rooms? Because we know that Rictavio has a room here.
Oh yeah.
That's correct. So from when you've stayed here, you've noticed that the room next to the girls, you guys have the long room at the base, the southern end of the building, and the girls have the two beds on the southeastern corner. The room immediately to the north of the girls was empty one night and had some random travelers and citizens the next. That was just like a couple that was seemed to be on the road traveling. There are a few rooms across the way that are on the balcony from the internal room. So they're the rooms that you guys enter from the outside. There's a staircase up from the front of the building. There is a staircase from the actual room down below that leads to a balcony over the bar that has a few rooms. And you did see Rictavio, you and Alistair saw Rictavio come down from those stairs when you guys were having breakfast yesterday before everyone left and split up.
Okay.
So you can assume his room is somewhere over on that balcony.
Gotcha. I'll put my stuff in the. It looks like there's some chests at the foot of the bed.
Yes, there's like little foot lockers for each
I'll do
bed.
that.
If I can kind of pull everybody around that's in this room.
Sure.
Guys, I really don't think Irina should come with us for this one.
Okay.
The man who's coming to meet Blinsky keeps having him make the dolls of her, and I just don't know if this is going to be a safe mission for her to go on.
I see. I think that is a good idea.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm over here.
Oh. But is it safe to leave her alone in a tavern?
I mean,
Maybe we should. I mean, Owen seems to stay in that back room. Maybe we could ask if they need help this morning.
I like your thinking.
I think that's a good plan, but I don't think I should be the one to ask.
Normally, I
think
would.
that's fair.
I'm going to unvolunteer myself as well.
All right, I can do it.
it's nice to see that you step up and take responsibility. It's a good quality to have.
I'm trying.
Very, very respectful.
Although now becomes your guys' job to talk Irina into staying, which I don't think is going to be easy.
Where's Irina?
She's currently in the guest room changing. The girls' room.
Can I walk up and knock on her door?
Sure.
And I will walk downstairs.
All right. So, Adunbi, you go and knock on the door, and she comes out fitted with the wig on. All right. Are we ready?
Just staying at the tavern and helping up downstairs. We'll see you later. And then he'll just close the door.
Yes.
You close the door to the room she's in.
Oh my god.
Okay. So, real quick, where is everyone else?
I follow Alistair.
I'm gonna start heading down.
All right. So I presume you guys are all heading down together. So he shuts the door, turns. She immediately shuts the door, walks out, and goes, "Pardon me, but I don't believe that you decide what I do."
Okay, it's up to you then. Bye.
Wait a minute. She comes. She like hikes up the big body like skirt that Mims arranged for her, and like trundles down the stairs after you guys. Where do you think I will not stand for this. What's the plan?
I just know the plan is dangerous for you, and we're here to protect you, so...
No. You said
You're
your
supposed
piece.
to
What
stay
about
in your room.
the rest of you?
What?
Is this...
Are we downstairs?
Believe
They're,
it
like,
is-
you guys are all traveling down. You guys said you guys were all walking down. So Doonby kind of stopped, opened the door, said a thing as you guys were leaving, and then shut it. So she's got all of you now. Like, you guys are about at the base of the stairs outside. And she's disguised. She's got the wig on. But she's kind of confronted you guys as you guys are on the outside of the tavern.
Just for the first errand. I mean, you've seen it. There's a version of every kind of disguise we could put you in.
Okay, I understand I should not go to Blinsky's shop, but you're all just going to leave me here?
I mean, you said
The
you said
tavern
it
is one of the
yourself,
most
you're-
frequented places in town.
You said it yourself. You're a very capable woman.
I am, but if
I'm
anyone
sure
were
you'll
to
be fine.
recognize me,
Well, you have your disguises, right?
all right, fine. She like, then I'm going up and getting my weapon, and she walks back upstairs, like, hikes up her skirt.
Hot woman, right?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Can I sneak up the other stairs and just kind of like put my ear up against the door and then roll to the next one, see if I hear any commotion? Because I did scream.
The room that's the one that's next to Irina's.
No, the other three across the other side.
So those are
Where is that?
inside. So those you'll have to like go into the main
Okay.
part of the tavern, because the stairway leads up from the tavern floor.
So eventually, can I get to that then?
Yeah, absolutely. So, are any of you telling Erwin of this plan, or are you guys all just heading out?
I was going down to talk to Danica.
Right. Okay, cool. So then let me put us in map form, so that we can track what we're doing here. All right.
E.
So, Irina's back up in the room. Adunbi, you're with everyone. So Alistair goes up and talks to Danica. Sten, this staircase here is the
Gotcha.
one that leads up. So let's deal with Danica first. So Alistair, you walk up and Danica's behind the bar. There's a decent amount of people here for a morning time, but nothing crazy. This is very much like early morning. It's kind of before breakfast. So the tavern is active, but nothing crazy.
Danica, good morning.
Yes, good morning. How's your stay been?
Oh, it's been wonderful. Thank you for putting up with the group's shenanigans.
Yes, if you could keep the one in line, I think. I appreciate your patronage, but I also have to, maintain a certain level of decorum in my business, if you will.
Completely understood. Listen, we have a party member who can't join us today on our travels. She just needs to stay around. We were wondering if maybe you need some help at the tavern. Maybe she could be of any assistance.
She kind of chuckles to herself. Well, an extra set of hands would never be turned down, but are you sure you don't? What is the reasoning that you're leaving this person behind, if you don't mind me asking?
I think she's feeling a little homesick.
Oh, well, we could potentially help with that. Does she like a home-cooked meal?
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
All right, well, let me speak to Erwin and I'll see what I can arrange.
Thank you so much.
I'm worried about this plane.
At this point, Irina comes haughtily kind of stomping into the establishment, her short sword strapped to the side of her dress, and comes sauntering up to the counter. So is this way you're sticking me then? Looks you straight in the face, Alistair.
Okay, it's for the characters. It's only been like a few hours. What's her name that we gave her?
Rosavalda.
Rosavalda.
Roosevelt. God, I have a mask on. It's hard to get facial features. I will essentially look her in the face, right?
She's staring daggers at you.
Yeah, and I'm trying to plead with her, but she can't see facial features. I'll be like, Rosavalda, listen. You are homesick, and you are staying at the tavern today. I am doing this for your safety because I don't want you on the Blinsky mission currently. I don't think that's a good plan.
She turns to Danica, and through the most gritted teeth is like, I'm so homesick. I could really use just some time in the kitchen. That would be so great.
Shit.
Because that really makes me feel like I'm at home, you know? And Danica, catching the drift of what's happening here, nods, looks at you, kind of gives you a look of like, okay, so this is the plan. And says, why don't you come in the back? Well, are you familiar with pie making? She goes, never in my life. And they both kind of head towards the back room.
Rosavalda, as she walks away.
Okay, you catch her right before she's heading in.
This is what your brother would have wanted. And then I'll turn to walk out.
She shouts back after you right as you're like about to step off the threshold of the door. She says, how would you know what he would have wanted? And then she goes into the back room.
Dun, dun, dun.
Can I walk in right as they're like, she's going to the back room, so I have peace of mind that the plan's going okay?
Yeah. So we'll have it be that you're coming down from your little stint. Well, let's play that out first. Let's see how it times out. So
Okay.
as Alistair's having this conversation, you head up, and you're able to. Oh, where? There it is. Cool. So, you head up to here, and you can see that there are 3 doors. Which are you checking first?
I want to do the one at the end of the hallway.
This one?
Down here.
This one or this one?
This one.
Got it. Okay, so you walk down to that end of the hallway, and you're just putting an ear up to it.
Yeah.
Um,
Since I did yell, and that would be the closest one to us.
got it. Let me check my notes here.
Those are some heavy footsteps.
All right. So,
Yes,
as you listen up against the door, roll me a perception check.
Perception. Cool. Ooh, nice. Natural 1 for a total of 5.
Okay. So, as you're listening, you're kind of distracted because you kind of hear a little bit of the conversation down below with Alistair and Irina and Danica, but you don't appear to hear anything coming from inside.
Okay.
You hear Alistair being unintentionally sexist.
Then I will move on to the next one.
Cool.
Same thing.
Yep, same thing. Roll me your perception check.
Another natural 1. Total of
Oh my
5.
god!
This is going
These seem
exceptional.
like really thick doors. It's really tough to hear. You can't really tell if there's anything on the other side or not.
Can't wait for today to go well. Okay, last door.
Uh-huh.
Let's choose a different die.
I was gonna say, get rid of
15.
those.
All right. This one, you can kind of hear a little bit of the crackle of dying firewood inside. But you don't hear any movement. This room appears to be empty.
Okay.
Well, that was very helpful.
Yeah, so I'll resort to my backup plan and ask somebody to do it for me later.
I mean, 2 nat 1s. I can't help you there.
Don't believe me, yeah.
So, all right. So, about that time's out about right. You come down and you hear this exchange of her walking in and kind of shouting back and forth with Alistair. So the two of you walk out and join the group. And you guys head off to Blinsky's.
Do we want to ask if anyone's seen Rictavio today? Did anyone want to ask Danica before we head out?
We asked about his routine, and it was either at the tavern or by his cart or something, maybe?
Oh, okay. Isn't the cart on the way? No, it's not
It's
on
at
the way.
the far
It would
east
be
side.
on the way to Bone Grinder, which we can do after
Okay, makes
Blinsky's.
cool. Oh, Blinsky.
All right, then I'm gonna put us back out of map mode. So you guys,
God behind
you guys walk through the streets of Vallaki. It's early morning. It's still kind of quiet. There are guards about, and they're on patrol here and there, but nothing like no huge groups or anything. It's usually still that kind of 2 pairs. But as you can tell, there's still a high military presence in the city. You guys head west through the streets, kind of down south towards Blinsky's. And as you approach, you see the same maudlin house, the big mansion kind of looming over the street down the road. And as you arrive, Blinsky's actually just opening up shop. He's inside, unlocking the door, turning the sign to open. And seems visibly excited as he sees you guys approach.
I'm gonna tap Alistair. Alistair, can I borrow 5 silver?
Sure.
I
And
left mine in the trunk.
we'll give that to you.
Maybe just hold it for Blinsky. I think we're going to be quiet for this.
Fair point.
So as you guys approach, he opens the door and goes, "Oh yes, my friends, how are you? It's so good to see you. Good morning. Welcome to my shop. I see you have brought more friends."
Yeah. The gang's all here.
Where is your rabbit friend? His toy is almost ready. I just need to put the little painting touches on it, and it'll be beautiful.
Yes, where is our rabbit friend?
I'm gonna poke him in the side, but I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna poke Andar.
Ah,
I think he's just doing his own thing for right now.
sidestep several steps away.
You see Blinsky kind of deflate a little bit and say, "Oh, I was so excited to see his face when I showed him the toy. But that's okay.
Yes.
I will save it for later. I need to touch up the paint anyway."
Blinsky, Sten might join us a little bit later.
Okay,
Yes.
very good, very good.
He's just feeling a little bit under the weather right now. It's hard
that
to
is
see
so
what's bothering
unfortunate.
him.
It is the fall. It is the fall season. It can get a little cold at night. I do understand
Yes.
this. Well, in the meantime, can I interest you in any toys? Piccolo is like in the back, kind of like straightening, and you see him actually pick up a feather duster and start like kind of haphazardly dusting things. Like it's a little more forceful and not very delicate, but you can see that there's like some limited training going on here for like caretaking of the shop.
Yeah, I
A
think.
monkey butler.
Oh, that's
I've
right.
heard of those.
Oh, that's right.
We tell him.
A monkey butler?
Yes, he's doing all your chores for you. That's what.
Oh no,
that's what the butlers
he
back
likes
home
to help
do.
out. He Piccolo's a good little friend. Aren't you, Piccolo? And he kind of like comes over and climbs onto his shoulder, and you see Blinsky take out a little slice of fresh apple and give it to Piccolo, and he starts munching on it. Piccolo also, when he sees a Doonbee, kind of visibly gets excited and like slaps Blinsky's shoulder a little bit and like does the little head cock thing over to Doonbee. Oh, the music
Blinsky,
box is out. Let me wind this again.
Blinsky, has our guard friend visited yet today?
No, it is a little bit early for him to come by. I just opened, you see. It is not many people come by this early, or very much at all anymore. But I think, I don't know for sure, but I have heard rumors that he is a not an early riser. He I imagine he doesn't have much reason to be as head of the guard.
Well, I think we'll take a look around and maybe hang out with you for the morning if that's okay.
Oh, okay. Would you like to see any more of your toys?
Sure, I'd love to take a look around.
All right,
And
so
can I like beckon for Piccolo and like see if he'll come over to me?
Sure. Roll me just a straight charisma check.
Okay. That's a nat 20.
You beckon over, and Piccolo, seeing the hand, like kind of recognizes the gesture and straight up just clambers onto your shoulder and starts like kind of peeling back your hood and picking at your hair a little bit.
Oh, and I'll like kind of like hold it up like to make sure that like no skin shows. And then I'll like try and give scritches as well.
That'll be enough to distract him from trying to peel through your hair, and he'll just like lean into your hand.
Cool.
Blinsky, is there anything we can maybe help with too?
What would you like to help with? Would you like to build a toy? Would you like to help with the shop? He kind of like gets down on your level, and he jingles a little bit as like all the bells on his outfit. He kind of like hunches down and says, "What would you like to do?"
Can I help build a toy?
Absolutely. What type of toy would you like to build?
Something that plays really lively music.
Oh, do I have the toy for you? He comes and he takes out a big like block of wood and a little bit of like metal kind of like chimey bits. And he starts talking you through how to build like a music box of limited capacity. A lot of what he says is kind of jargon and goes a little over your head. But the basic construction makes sense. You do notice that pretty much all of the little metal chimes are all very, like, slightly out of tune, just enough to be uncomfortable. So what's the plan? Are you guys just chilling there for the morning?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, we need to kill like 4 hours, essentially, whenever this guard shows up.
All right, so you guys are just hanging out with Blinsky for the morning until Izek shows up.
I want to be a little chaotic. Does the door have chimes when you open it?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna open and close the door, but I'm gonna stay inside.
Okay.
I'm gonna find Andar and whisper, not that. And I'm gonna find Alistair and whisper, consequences. Just things like that.
How many times do you open and close the door, just out of curiosity?
Maybe once an hour.
Okay. Every time you do, Blinsky jerks up looking at the door like someone's coming in and then sees that somebody isn't and visibly deflates.
I knew the risk. This was more for my team.
I knew the risks.
And Mim, you noticed as he's giving you instructions on this music box that, like, every time that the door dings and no one's there, he, like, it takes him a few minutes to recover and get back into what he's doing, but then he gets excited about what he's building and he gets amped up again. All right, so for the sake of brevity, you guys hang out all morning with Blinsky and Piccolo.
Wait, I have a question for Stan.
Yeah.
Fire.
Did you actually whisper consequences, or was that just to be funny for player characters?
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's grown enough that he would have deflated a little bit when he heard that. So just theater of the mind for everybody else.
So
Ben's starting to be cruel.
Look what's happened to me. I have to make light somehow.
Blinsky gives everybody that's interested, anyone who's listening, a little bit of a class on, like, how to build a music box. And about 3 hours in, well, you guys are hanging with Blinsky, and the music box is all, like, the box is constructed, the chimes are installed. You haven't quite got the crank in yet. All of a sudden, there's this door slamming, and the monkey starts to get anxious and kind of shriek as this muscled man walks in with this dark, like, scarred and blackened arm. It almost seems out of place on what's clearly a man, but the arm seems almost unnatural, and it's holding the hilt of this big, thick sword. And he comes tromping in, his foot falls. He kind of looks around and eyes each of you, and this, like, these thick, piercing eyes kind of lock and clock each one of you, kind of sizing you each up individually. And he steps forward, and he slams his hand on the table. So, where is it? And Blinsky kind of gulps. Turns and picks the doll up off of the shelf and sets it on the counter. The man picks it up, kind of looks it over. It's close. It's not right. And he leans in and he gets right up in Blinsky's face, and Blinsky is, like, quivering at this point.
Oh, am I still standing next to Blinsky?
Mm-hmm.
Can I just hold his hand?
Yeah, you can, like, reach up and you with your tiny hand. He's got a huge hand. You're able to wrap around, like, two or three of his fingers with your hand, and his hand is physically shaking. And this
I'm trying to just comfort him.
This man gets up in his face and says, "You're gonna get it right," and spits in his face. And then pockets the doll.
I'm gonna put a hand on when he's doing that. I'm gonna put a hand on his shoulder. And
which arm?
Say, his right arm, his right shoulder.
All right, so that is the kind of scarred Actually, let me check. I believe that's the scarred matted arm, but let me double check here.
Question is, do we fight this guy or do we sneak and follow him? Kick his ass.
Sounds like I'm about to kick his ass.
2 fights in a day.
Yeah, so it's the right arm. So yeah, the arm has like these barbed spines with elongated fingers and long nails. And it's this blackish purplish, almost seems to like be melded into his flesh itself. And so when you grab his shoulder, it almost feels scaly under your hand. And as you put your hand on his shoulder, he turns and just kind of clocks you. Just stares at you.
Jimmy just smiles at him and says, "Do we have a problem here, sir?"
Hearing that, I'm gonna move to block the door. Not like intimidation, but like just put my body up against the door.
All right.
And I'm assuming the back room is like right behind the counter there.
Yes, it is.
I just want to creep back there and.
You want to
Since
creep
he's
back
turned
there and
around.
stealth?
Yeah.
You can stealth where you are. You're low enough behind the
I'm low
counter
enough behind the counter
that
okay.
he hasn't even really seen you.
19 plus whatever plus 6 I think. So
All right.
yeah, 25.
So
Seeing all this take place, I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself.
I'm gonna cross to Alistair and be like, "Hey, take this," and I'll use a bardic inspiration. I'll try and mimic like the music box sound.
all right.
I think I do have to make some sound.
So he looks at you and says, "Oh no, do we?" And he kind of bristles the shoulder and kind of like knocks your hand off.
Well, it seems like you're about to pay for this wonderful man's service. Am I correct?
I've paid him plenty.
Oh, really? How much does something like that run for?
He looks at you and he smiles and he says, "Last I checked, it runs through the safety of this fine establishment." And then he draws his sword. He says, "Which I believe the rest of you are about to put in question."
I got that. Adumi just faces him, and his like the cracks of his staff will start to glow. I'll cast Shillelagh. Shalala, shalala.
All right, everybody roll initiative.
Yes, let's go.
In
Do we have
Blinsky's
a map for
place?
this?
I'm gonna find one. I didn't anticipate this.
I'm gonna find one.
Can we? Ooh, I got 7.
Can you?
Shalala.
Can I do my invisible mage hand and poke him in the invisible? That thing that can
You
happen
just want to poke him?
in the eyes, really hard,
So we are rolling initiative, so it'd
Yeah.
have to be.
as an actual.
Let me get Blinsky's. So for sake of ease, I'm going to use this, but this one doesn't have like a back room as we've been describing, but this will work for a battle map. Every time I think I've prepared everything and you guys find one thing and it's like, all right, we're fighting in Blinsky's shop.
To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, maybe we should have not.
To be
fought.
fair,
Well, we yeah. I don't want to metagame too much.
Yeah.
All right, map. make this nice and big. Cool. I need a Blinsky token. Doctor Who is with you, yes?
Yep.
Cool. Irina is not with you. Sten is kind of with you. All right. So Doomby's here, Alistair's here, Andar will have there, and Sten, you said you were mimicking the sounds of a music box. And then last but not least, I need a Blinsky. Do I have a Blinsky? I never thought I'd need a Blinsky. I'll grab a Blinsky.
I'll have one Blinsky, please.
We're bringing Blinsky with us for the rest of the campaign.
Please, no.
We're just gonna be a party of NPCs.
Honestly, I should have just made Blinsky the fated ally. Alright, there we go. I love how when I add tokens at first, Blinsky's just huge. Alright. So if we pop over here. Doink.
Like, I love Blinsky.
Oh. I'm probably pretty close to Alistair, actually.
That's fine. All right. So, let's get initiative counts from everybody.
Yeah,
Oh,
26.
dude, he looks evil.
Mim is 26.
21.
Alistair 21.
20.
20 for Sten.
18.
18 for a Doonby. And then Andar?
24.
24 for Andar. All right, Mim, you go first.
I'm gonna sneak attack this bitch.
All right.
I'm gonna fly up over the counter.
Is there battle music for Blinsky's shop?
Yeah, this is a little too peaceful.
Here, this'll work.
I got a 22 to hit.
All right, that will in fact hit.
Jeez.
It's a stick plus 4, 10. $20 damage.
20 damage.
Yeah,
All right, so you jump over the counter, and what is this weapon that you're using?
my rapier.
So you jump over the counter and you draw this rapier and you stab it straight into like his through his studded leather armor into his chest, and he kind of growls at you.
And then, oh wait, no, I don't have. Wait. I'm gonna take my bonus action to disengage and back up and fly up to the ceiling.
Okay.
I don't know, how high is the ceiling?
In here it's only about 10 feet. It's not terribly tall.
Okay, then I'm gonna back up and go like up in the ceiling.
Okay, cool. That brings us to Andar's turn.
Why must we always fight everybody for everything?
This guy's an asshole.
So are half the people in this group. So I'm going to take a step forward
Oh, we're the assholes. Let's go.
and cast Vortex Rab on
Okay.
Izek, I think his name was.
Yep, Izek.
So target must succeed a Constitution saving throw against 17.
All right, Constitution. He fails.
All right. So the target is teleported to an unoccupied space of my choice that I can see within range. So I am going to, I assume that I can see out the front door from where I am.
Correct.
I'm going to teleport him outside.
All right.
Wait, can you teleport people in the air and like make them just fall? That'd be hilarious.
Actually, yeah. Big damage.
An unoccupied space I can see within range. A chosen space must be on surface or in a liquid that can support the target without the target having to squeeze.
Aw.
So I'll say for your viewpoint, you're able to get him to like here. That seem fair? Or do you want him further out? Because
Yeah.
you can see like.
No,
I guess
I just wanted him kind of away from the general inside
All right.
of the store.
We're gonna
And
have a bunch of other guards.
I'm going to use a bonus action to cast Dragon's Breath on Doctor Who, and then I'm going to run outside.
Are those both leveled spells?
Ooh, Dragon's Breath is, yes.
Because if they're both leveled spells, you can only cast one.
Then I'm just going to run outside.
Cool. That brings us to Alistair. Andar poofs him outside and then rushes past you out the door.
I'm going to take a step out. Ooh, let's see. And crossbow in hand.
The whole time I'm running outside, sorry, may I note that I'm trying to wave him off and be like, chill, 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 chill.
All right.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, I'm just going to stand behind Andar like I'm protecting Andar, not like I'm threatening Izek.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm not going to aim, right? I'm just going to have my crossbow and be looking to Andar.
Gotcha. So you're gonna essentially hold your action?
I am holding the attack action.
Okay.
If he gets hostile with Andar.
Cool. Sten.
Okay, so I don't have anything with me. So
No.
Bardic Inspiration works because I can just talk. And then cantrips work because they don't need to focus.
Yep.
But my instrument is at home. So are my weapons and my armor. Thanks for fighting. So I will cast message at Blinsky.
Uh-huh.
I'm so sorry, friend.
He's looking around.
Didn't mean for this to get out of control. And then I will follow them out. Yeah, I'll probably get back maybe here.
Blinsky is wildly looking around the room for the source of this voice.
Yeah. I mean, he's all about spooky stuff, so we'll let him have it.
right. A Doonby.
Well. One, I don't have control over this token. 2, because of what Andar said, and I can see Alistair, I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm just going to walk behind, right next to Alistair.
Gotcha.
And, does the guy have the doll already, or no? I mean,
yes, he pocketed it.
He pocketed it already?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna stand behind Andai for now, I guess. I don't know why I don't have control over this token.
Oh, which one?
My token.
Here, I can fix that.
I mean, can I just...
Is that better? Or...
Yeah.
Cool.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Probably can't. I'll just dash, sure. Actually, I was here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah, I'll just dash. Alright, that's my turn.
Alright, cool. So that brings us to Izek. Andar, for the sake of trying to call him off, roll me a persuasion check. At disadvantage because you guys have gone full hostile. And also you just performed magic on him.
He didn't go hostile. I was the only one. Really?
Well, he's just been stabbed and then he got teleported outside. So he's not the most
Who's to say
conducive
that
yet.
I wasn't the one that teleported.
If we could get those kind of daggers, I'll pay for it.
13.
13. Yeah. Not gonna be enough. Real quick. Everything's gonna go black. Give me a sec.
I'm confused. I thought we were gonna fight him. So now no one wants to fight him?
I mean, I do, but...
Because Mim took the first hit, and now I'm like, Mim's gonna be in trouble again.
I do want to fight him.
No, I'm playing the situation here.
Okay.
Generally a bad idea.
I'm listening. Someone's gone out of their way not to, and it seemed like a couple people also don't want to, so I am just playing it by ear.
So here's what's gonna happen. He is going to like juggle his sword to his left hand. And he is going to snap his fingers in his right hand with this kind of like this demonic arm, and fire is going to burst forth in his hand, and he's going to turn and hurl it into the sky. And then in one smooth motion, turn and swing around and make a slash at Andar. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. It does. Ooh, very low roll. Only 6 slashing damage. As the
He's just
sword
rolling off.
impacts with your shoulder.
6 damage.
That triggers my attack action.
It does.
I crit.
Okay.
Ooh, wait. If you still want to use Bardic Inspiration, that does extra damage on your attack.
I will use Bardic Inspiration.
Attack rolls, they might have a chance of taking thunder damage too.
Dun,
Okay.
dun, dun. Oh, you get to roll double the dice.
Yeah, how do you run crits, Cap? Is it double dice?
I say roll twice. Roll twice the amount of dice.
Okay. Grab the right dice. Okay, that's solid.
So the Bardic Inspiration dice, the D6.
Yeah, but they have to make a con saving throw first if you're choosing to use it.
Okay, so that is 14 piercing.
Okay.
And whatever saving throw is needed for Bardic Inspiration.
It's a con 14,
On 14.
and then whatever you roll on that
He
D6.
did save.
Oh, okay, so no damage.
Okay.
Do you consider anyone else an enemy, Alistair?
No.
Okay.
All right, so he slashes into Andar. This bolt impacts that Alistair fires off from his shoulder, and it stabs into like right above where the rapier mark is from Mim, but the thunder seems to fizzle and dissipate. And as we go to the top of the round, you guys start to hear horns in the distance. It is Mim's turn. Mim, you're inside with Blinsky, who's frantically looking around because he heard a voice.
I guess I'll go towards the door. About... I don't know how far I can go. Weird. 5, 10, 5. But is this fair? Cap.
How far you can go?
Yeah. Is this fair? Because I just...
You were here?
It's all... Yeah, it's all diagonal, really, so it's like...
So it's 5, 10, 15, 20...
Like,
You were, so 5, 10, 15, 25... Yeah, that's fine. Unless you wanted to dash.
oh. I guess I could bonus action dash, and then... We're just fucked. We're so fucked. We're all gonna die. Dashing doubles
Nah, they can't kill us in here.
it in here.
This is just
We're not
up the
in
street
here
from the
anymore.
Baron's house.
Correct.
I can't even get outside if I dash.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, and then be like
Be-
60. So you could get
Like
next
here?
to Alistair.
I can't. Okay. And that's my... I guess, can I hold my action? Because if that's my bonus action was my... Or... Actually, you know...
It's a reaction to hold your action, so.
No, it costs both. It costs both your action and your action.
And your
Yeah.
reaction. Actually... I want to... I'm gonna try to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the saving?
Ugly.
The save is 13.
And it's what's the spell? What's the ability?
Wisdom saving throw or fall
Wisdom.
prone.
He rolled a 14.
God dang it.
Wise guy.
So stupid.
So it does not work.
He has an intelligence.
That brings us to Andar.
I'll look up at him and say, oh, okay, that's fair. Use my action to disengage and then back off kind of to the bushes here a little bit.
Okay.
And then bonus action, cast Dragon's Breath on Doctor Who.
Cool. That brings us to Alistair. Oh wait, no, Doctor Who gets to go, yeah?
He's gonna stay with me for now.
Okay. Alistair.
do you count quipping as a free action? Like, can I tell my friend something and then do my turn?
Yeah, I usually say like 1 to 2 sentences. Like you can, as long as you can fit it within that 6-second window.
Okay. I'm going to put my hand on Adumbi's shoulder and say, I'm sorry, I'll find you. And then I'm going to full sprint back into the store.
Okay.
You'll find me?
Yeah, you'll understand in a second, because I am leaving you guys.
Dun, dun, dun. The betrayal. But is it a betrayal?
Cool. Sten.
Okay, couple things. That fire thing that he just flung, has that set anything on fire?
No, he threw it far into the air and it did dissipate up over the town. But you can tell essentially he threw up a flare.
Oh, that was a flare. Oh, I see. Okay.
Essentially, he was able to conjure fire with his hand, and he threw it up in the air, and immediately after, horns started blaring.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna go 5, 10, 50. That's what is it? 5, 15. That's 20. I want to look around for a drum, any kind of glockenspiel-esque instrument, or a horn, so that I may start casting spells.
Okay. Inside, you see there are a few like small kind of toy drums, as well as what appear to be like small like hand flutes, like ocarina type deals.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me read my, hold on. I'm reading if I have to use an instrument to use my performance of creation, because that would change what I do. Sorry.
It's just an ability, right?
I channel the magic. It doesn't say I have to make sound. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna move back. Sorry.
No, you're
I
good.
was here. I'm gonna use performance of creation to make the drum that I usually use.
Okay.
That is an
Just
action.
conjure an instrument from nothing.
That is an action. So he does probably know I'm here because a drum just appeared.
Okay.
But
Could be anyone.
God, yeah, I guess that's it.
There's a floating drum. That brings us to Adunbi.
Dun dun. It's a good question. What do I do? Kind of walk up next to him and be like, I always wanted to do this. And I'm going to just whack him across the face.
Okay.
Let's see. To hit is a 16 hit.
A 16 does hit.
9 points of damage.
All right. 9 points of damage. As you full on slap him across the face, some spittle flies forth from his mouth, and he turns back and just narrows his eyes at you, and his eyes almost seem to like glow a little red, and flame starts to coil around his fingertips in the one arm.
That's my turn.
All right, that brings us to him, who's pissed, and he is going to take 2 swings at Adunbi as he grabs his sword with both hands. That is a unnatural 20 to hit and a 15 to hit.
They both hit.
All right. So the first one is 14 damage, and the second is 11 damage.
And I'm down.
As
Why are you
he
starting fights to me?
Just in
Hey,
two...
he's the one that attacked first. Actually, didn't attack first.
Actually, he didn't attack first either. He drew his weapon though. He did draw his weapon.
All I did was draw my weapon.
Everyone drew weapons, and you cast Shillelagh, which was enough for him to be like, all right, let's fucking go.
He drew his sword. That's the equivalent of me drawing my staff. My staff is glued, and I just asked him if he has a problem.
Mim just followed the lead, so don't get mad at Mim this time, okay?
Also, does he even know what Shillelagh is?
I mean, your staff starts glowing magic, right?
He starts glowing evil. Same thing.
It just glowed. He drew his sword.
Anyway,
it's the same shit.
in two muscled strikes, he strikes down a Doonby, and a Doonby falls. Which brings us back to the top of the round. Mim.
I don't have advantage anymore because the Doom beat down.
That's correct.
I'm grumpy. I don't have the backup of our team.
There are no bad ideas here because this is a bad situation.
I think, yeah, we're
Valid.
fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Could have handled it quietly, tied him up, and scared him. Okay. I guess I'm gonna try to hit him. But it's just my normal damage, no.
Mm-hmm.
Is he looking roughed up at all? From a couple hits?
I mean, you've landed some hits on him, but he doesn't seem to be slowing.
I got a 13.
A 13 is not enough, so you go up and you stab the rapier, and this time it glances off the leather, and he kind of grins at you.
And I say, "We just want you to pay our friend." And then I bonus action disengage.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on? Do I see anyone else coming yet?
As of right now, so the street's fairly abandoned. There are a few people who are like wandering the street and are seeing what's happening, and all of them are fleeing and heading indoors. You don't see any other guards yet. But you do hear horns, which you can safely presume means that guards are coming.
I'm gonna just, bonus action disengage and then fly up.
Straight up?
Up and at an angle, so I guess, 20 feet up?
Got it. All right, so that brings us to Andar.
I am going to cast Scorching Ray on him.
Cool. That's a roll to hit, correct?
Yeah, all three of the rays I'm going to push at him too.
Mm-hmm.
So 16, 18, 17.
All of those hit.
All right, so each one. Let's see. 21 damage from that.
Okay. As the fire streaks in and starts to scorch his armor and kind of like singe off of his scales, you can see him starting to sweat a little bit. This is the first time you see him start to be like, wait a minute.
And then Doctor Who is going to fly over, because that's the end of my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor Who's going to fly over, breathe out that dragon's breath.
Cool.
Let me see if it's I think it's a saving throw.
Okay.
Yeah, dex saving throw.
He rolled a 21.
All right, so he saves that. So he'll take 7 damage.
Got it.
And then Doctor Who's gonna fly just kind of straight up in the air from here.
Cool.
Just to kind of keep a look at the roads coming in.
Cool. All right, then that brings us to Alistair.
Okay, DM, I realized I might have screwed up.
Okay.
Are we playing that this back door is actually here? Because that is why I ran in here.
We'll say that that's the back room, and then we'll say there's a door out the back. So let's just make the whatever those stairs are is a room, and then it'll be out. But yes, we can make that.
All right, then same thing again, full sprint.
Okay.
And as I'm running past Blinsky, I say, Blinsky, stay safe, yell if there's a problem.
Okay.
And I'm there.
Sounds good. All right, so then Sten.
Okay, I'm gonna bonus action healing word on Doonby.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna do first level just in case we need more later. Where are all my d4s? Okay, there we go. Sorry for freaking out. Wow. Yeah, why wouldn't that just be a 1? You get 5 hit points.
I knew it. I knew it was gonna be 5 for some reason.
That's all I've been rolling all day. And then I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery
Okay.
at Izek and say, how low of you to pick on someone you know you can't handle? So it's a wisdom saving throw.
Cool. He rolled a 2.
A 2, that is a fail.
Oh yeah.
He takes, check this out, please don't be a 1. It's 4. There is some sort of damage. Let me look. Yada 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 yada.
Psychic,
Insults, subtle, psychic damage, and has disadvantage on the next attack roll.
So 4 damage and disadvantage.
Yes.
Got it. All right.
And then I'm
Vicious Mockery is a cantrip, yes?
That's correct.
Cool.
So I did a bonus action spell and then a cantrip.
Cool. Yeah. Is that your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay put.
Cool. Adunbi, you are up. You are no longer incapacitated. You are prone.
Prone. Oh, is it my turn?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. When we walked into the shop, I realized that I hadn't switched out my spells for the day. I didn't want to do it because I felt like retroactively, so I just needed to go with what I had.
Yeah. You're never gonna talk to the acorn.
Started so fast, I forgot. This is a tough one. It's all the things that I would like to use, I don't have.
Darn it.
I'm going to use. I'm gonna. Wait, just shillelagh. It's not concentration. Does it go away if I'm unconscious?
Yes, if you go unconscious, you lose concentration.
No, it's not concentration spell.
Oh, then what's the duration?
Okay, so it just lasts the duration, so it lasts 1 minute. Okay.
Then yes, you still have it.
I'm gonna get up and slam the staff against the ground, and vines and weeds are gonna sprout, and I'm gonna cast Entangle.
Okay.
It is a 20-foot square. Where does what does it sound like the guards are coming from?
You hear horns from around. It doesn't appear like there's like one direction. It's kind of a echoing call throughout the city.
Is Mim in the air?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or is she on the ground? How high up?
20 feet.
20 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna do a 2. It's hard. It's kind of hard to draw, but I'm gonna do a square this way. Draw a shape. I wish I could like. Wait. How do I? I don't know how to maneuver my lines.
Like there?
Oh, I wanted to like rotate it like
Oh, like a diamond?
like a diamond.
That's about the
Across.
size of it.
Well, it's 20 feet.
Yes. But we have it that the every other diagonal is 2. So this would be 5, 10, 15, 20.
Okay, sure. That works. And that's where I'm gonna place it. Decide to do it at the beginning. So when I cast it, he must succeed on a. So can you roll a strength saving throw?
What saving throw?
Strength.
You rolled a 12.
He fails. He's restrained.
Okay.
So he has
What's he
disadvantage.
restrained by? Sorry.
There's like a bunch of vines and weeds in that area. And when they're in whoever's in the area when I cast it has to do a strength saving throw or be restrained. And that's it. And it's just difficult terrain.
Cool. And he just repeats the save to get out, I presume?
No, he has to use his action to make a strength check against my spell's DC on his turn.
Gotcha.
Defeat
All right.
itself.
So is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Cool. Then that brings us to him. So he is going to try and break out. He rolled a 19.
That breaks it.
So he, as these vines coil along the ground and wrap around him, pinning him to himself, he, like, you see his shoulders flex and this hand almost coil, and the hand rips out the side and reaches down and yanks the vines off of himself, freeing himself. But that's his whole action, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Then
So
he no longer has disadvantage on attacks. It's just for the end of his next turn.
gotcha.
Yeah, we no longer have advantage against him. He doesn't have disadvantage. He's just in difficult terrain right now.
So that is his action, which brings us back to Mim.
Does Andar still can he cast the teleport thing again, or? I don't know how that works.
How it works? I'm not sure.
I mean, it's a second level spell. I can
Okay, I've never
theoretically
played a
cast it
wizard.
whenever.
Okay.
Having said that, I have no more second level spell slots available.
I think what I was gonna look.
Short answer,
Yeah.
no.
Oh wait, Adunbi's back up, so I get advantage on attacking.
You do.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, 19.
19 will hit.
Buff. 14 damage.
14 damage. As you dive down and stab down into like his upper collarbone with your little rapier.
No one's coming yet still?
You're starting to see. Well, you've dove back down, so you don't have your high vantage point. But the horns seem to have stopped, and there seems to be activity in the distance, but you can't really quite tell.
Doctor Who can.
That's correct, but it's not Doctor Who's turn.
All right.
My favorite kind of bird, a who can.
That's my turn.
All right. So that brings us to Andar.
I'll cast Witch's Bolt.
Do it.
Which is 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
Damn, that's high.
9 damage.
All right.
Wish we had like something to charm this guy or something.
So the bolt hits and he's covered in this this magical aura, and you see his eyes widen as blood's starting to drip down the front of his armor, and you get this twinge of what might be fear. Is that your turn, Andar?
That's the whole thing.
All right. Do you want Doctor Who to do anything?
No, he's just gonna keep in watch and keep me appraised of the situation.
All right. As Doctor Who kind of looks around, you do start to see guards are coming, and they're coming down the road at pace, and in force. That brings us to Alistair.
All right. Knowing that my friends are probably going to get arrested, I'm going to go right here between the bush and the cart, and I'm going to take the hide action.
All right.
All right.
Don't worry, we'll take one for the
Arrested
team.
or killed?
Yes.
Yes. You'll be fine. Min will
24
be fine.
for stealth.
All right. You dive into the
Catch a
bush
fairy.
and lay low.
Cool. And I am effectively staying here until I hear like
A lack of
I don't know,
commotion.
sounds. Well, that or like they're dying.
Got it.
Cool.
Sten.
Oh boy. Can I cast a spell and attempt to make an intimidation in the same turn? Is that
Yes, I would count an intimidation as a bonus action.
okay? Then I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on myself to give myself Eagle Splendor, so I get advantage on Charisma checks. And then, as loud as I can, I'm going to scream, "Give up now!" Nope, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. I was workshopping this. I was closer to him when I was picturing it. You know what? Fuck it. We're working at. Okay, give up now, and we'll save you. We'll. What's the word?
Spare?
Spare?
Spare? I was gonna say spend. That's not right.
We're gonna we'll spend your life.
Give up now, and we'll spare your life.
All right. Roll me intimidation.
Oh, hope this is okay. Here we go. Intimidation. 18.
He rolled a nat 20.
Are you kidding me? Why are you rolling? You're not allowed to roll anymore, Cat.
But didn't you just say he was feared?
I said
was
he
clearly scared
does
for
have
his
a,
life.
he has a twinge of fear. I'll roll a disadvantage. That's a good point.
Wait. If you don't want to do that, I could spend my inspiration.
What did
to
you
make me
roll?
at disadvantage. I rolled on the dice or
Yeah.
total?
Total.
18.
All right. Okay. You see that he hears you. It's not his turn, so he's not
Okay.
going to react right away. But he hears you, and you can see him mulling. You can see him kind of calculating his options. That brings us to a Doonby.
Okay. Okay, cool.
I don't know, man. I guess Doomby will call to Stun and be like, "What are we doing? Are we staying or fighting?"
We all heard Stin say that, right? Or was that
You all
just-
heard. I mean, I
Okay.
presume, right? That was loud. That wasn't
Yeah.
like
Or are
a.
we leaving or fighting? Is what I meant to say.
But also keep in mind, you can barely see Sten. You just see a floating drum.
I imagine that I heard his voice.
Yes. So you see the floating drum and you hear the voice. So you know in the vicinity of where he is. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
So you stepping away and going up to Sten?
No, I'm here facing the captain. I'm calling out behind me,
Gotcha.
and I'm waiting for a response. Does Sten say anything or no?
Do I get to say anything?
You can say like, yeah, a quick thing.
What did you say again?
I basically asked if we're staying or fighting. Or
Depending.
leaving or fighting or leaving is what I meant to say.
I guess just that nice indoor talking voice. Depends if you're ready to face the actions to our consequences.
The consequences to our actions.
Nope.
Do I intuit what he wants to do from that?
That's up to you.
Oh my god. Alright, I will attack him again then.
Alright, hit him.
Take the lead.
Hit him.
No! Doomy came into this with like, we're gonna protect this guy and show a united force. And so now he's just confused.
My idea was a talking to, not a fight, because we
I
clearly
didn't
threatening to
attack
None of
burn.
us are characters.
All right.
Except maybe the
Everyone drew and we
14
rolled initiative. A
Does a
14 does hit.
11 points of damage.
Alright. You whack him, and he starts pretty profusely bleeding.
Okay.
Which
my turn.
brings us to his turn. And he looks at you, looks at the fairy and the owl and the wizard and this floating drum. He holds up his hands and he drops his weapon, but as he does, that brings us to the end of the round. And at the end of the round, as it's been 4 rounds, guards approach from either side of the street.
Jesus Christ.
Ooh-wee.
And they show up there.
They show up here and there.
Quick, man, finish him off.
And
In front of all these guards.
he has his hands up
Yes.
with the sword on the ground. All the other guards arrive and lower their pikes. Drop your weapons!
Do it.
What am I supposed to do?
Kill him.
I'm literally gonna be murdered right here. Do you want him to die right here?
You can run
So,
away.
okay, it is
I'm
the top of
believing you.
initiative order.
It's my turn.
It is. We can continue turn order, or they are telling you to stand down. Mim, your first move.
You gonna be actually whispering, kill it, kill him, do it?
No,
Do,
no,
do
no.
me? No? Okay.
I'm not whispering that. I'll let you make your own decision.
Mean.
Pikes are down. There are a total of 20 guards. I'll save you the trouble.
They probably have 1 hit point. It's probably fine.
Just
You
drop
have
your drum.
one
We'll
hit
never find
point?
you.
I will remind you, it is a military state.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
What's
The
that
reason I
mean?
ran.
What's that mean?
As in, it's not like a village like militia. Like, these are probably fairly... You can tell that there is from the patrols and such, that this is a fairly regimented group of guards. This would not be your
Yeah.
average set of guards.
They got some thickness.
But yeah, I'm not gonna be able to fight these guys. So if I'm gonna die if I attack him, so I'm gonna, I guess, drop my weapon. No, I'm gonna. Can I like?
So you're up in the...
Right
You're
here,
floating in front, just above Isaac. You're at ground level.
I'm not about to get arrested.
Yeah, I drop it.
Do you continue hovering or do you land?
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna actually continue hovering, and I'm gonna cast in my invisible mage hand in. Just put it. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna drop it on like the step by the door.
Okay, so you drop your weapon, but you're floating at like head height, and you stay floating. Andar.
Stand by. I'm gonna have Doctor Who fly on the other side of the building and just like land on the roof. Since he was useless and didn't tell me any guards were coming.
He did tell you guards were coming, but he told you the round before because you could only see the street.
Was this a 6-second difference? These are fast.
He's supposed to be able to tell the future. I don't get it.
Come on, Doctor.
They got here in 24 seconds. Man, they fast.
Efficiency.
It's one competent police force.
I rolled the d4 to determine how many rounds it took them to gather themselves. They rolled the 4.
Oh.
They were actually just one building over getting a nice cup of tea.
I mean, you know that they've been regularly patrolling in pairs around town.
Yeah, we've
so.
already run up on. Yeah,
Or just fucking around.
that's funny.
So what's going on? What's
Andar is choosing his tactic.
Quick, level up to 5 and cast Fireball.
Is there anything I can hide behind or like fly dash?
You are right now in
them?
the middle of the street.
I know, but I
Are
mean,
those
like,
vines
the
still there?
building yeah.
There are, but they're all they're coiled around the ground and then also around, like, kind of peeled back around Isaac's body.
Yeah, there's a reason I took off early. I knew this was coming.
Well, not all of us can run away. He's just gonna follow us. He's just gonna follow us.
Hang out and see what happens.
I was just
All right.
worried that if we left, he was gonna just burn down Blinsky's shop. I still am worried.
Alistair, you're hiding. Sten.
I'm gonna slowly put the drum down,
Okay.
so it like looks like it's like dig. I'm gonna
Yeah.
rabbit hop.
Uh-huh.
So bonus action, I get to move 10 feet without provoking an opportunity attack.
Okay.
So I'll go boop 10 feet,
Uh-huh.
and then stealthily. Hold on, I'm gonna does that count as my movement as well? No. Okay. Then for 40 more feet, I'm gonna hide around here.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check at advantage.
Gnarly. 10. Stealth 10.
That was at advantage?
I'm not having an awesome day, okay?
All right.
Don't rub it in.
So you hop over and you rustle through the bush over here, trying to get around the corner.
That's a bush? I thought it was a tree.
Well,
That's
it's
not going to change my idea. We'll keep going.
the foliage over here.
Okay.
And two of the guards hear the noise and come over looking for you.
So I jumped into a bush right here, is what happened, and then went. Gotcha.
You jumped over here. You were past it, but then when you tried to crawl around the wall, you like shouldered some of the branches and stuff and made noise, which drew their attention. So
Go me.
they're going to come over here looking after the noise. Adunbi.
Can I intuit? Can I make an insight check to get my best impression of what a man like this is going to try to do with us? Should we surrender at this point in time?
You can. You would have to ask him first because right now you have no... Like, you haven't led the conversation that way at all. So you'd have to see how he reacts. You'd have to ask him first. But then you could do an insight check to see if he's being honest with you, yes.
Okay.
Like, if you just did an insight check right now, you would just see they're going to arrest us. But if
Yeah,
you're trying to ask
I
about what
just-
happens after, you'll have to ask.
Then Adumi will ask him, what are you going to do if you arrest us? Or what happens to us after that?
He looks at you.
Well, I'll take you to the Baron to answer for your crimes.
That's
And what type of answers are those?
Well, that depends on your conversation with the Baron.
He kind of grins. Some blood trickles over his mouth and into his teeth.
Do I have any idea what that might mean?
Roll me an insight check.
26.
So he's clearly being honest in the sense that he's going to arrest you and take you to the Baron, so there's no immediate threat of violence. It sounds like he's implying that there's some kind of interrogation, and that the results of the interrogation will determine your fate.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is less about like what's the process, and more about what does he hope happens to us, or what does he think is going to happen to us? Does he think we're going to die? Does he think we're just going to get locked up, like that we're going to be executed? Does it think that we're just going to be like locked up for like a long time? Like, does it seem like he's like confident that we're like whoever's arrested is like completely fucked, or
It seems he's confident that you guys are going to see like retribution, if you will, but it doesn't seem clear whether that's like death or stockades or prison or whatever. You have no way of telling.
Okay. I'm gonna try to book it then.
I started this. Let my friends go.
10. I don't know how you're gonna, if we're in turn order or how we're handling this, but
So-
I'm gonna try back to the background.
I
Okay.
can't wait for Hewitt's next character.
So funny.
All right.
You'll
So,
never take me alive.
all right. So you book it. So
Are we
we'll
doing- is it like
we'll do
a-
you an initiative, and then we'll keep initiative just for the sake of catching a Toonbee. So book it. You do your thing.
All right. 5, 10, 15,
Jesus Christ.
20,
I will never be able to predict the actions of this
25,
group
30,
ever.
35. I'm a dash. 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. All right.
Okay. That brings us to him. He's gonna keep an eye on you. These 4 are going to go and surround Andar. These 2
Can I close the door behind me too?
yeah, you can close the door behind you.
Safe.
These 2 with your stealth check are going to.
Well, they've already gone.
That's
They moved
true.
right after
So
I did.
they will. Well, okay. So let's see. What's their movement? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So this would be as far as they can get. So that would be them. These ones. Seeing a Doonbee dash inside. I'm going to have to do each of these movements individually. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
They know there's a back door?
5.
Who are these people?
They live here. Like
No one goes in
5,
the
10,
shop.
15, 20, 25,
This is
30,
established.
35,
knows about
40,
this guy.
45, 50, 55, 60. Which means that this guy can make it to here.
I thought there was no way that anyone knows Blinsky's shop because no one goes here.
They live here. They know, they patrol the streets. They know the entrances to the buildings. They're literally
Likely
the town
story.
guard.
Likely story.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. We'll say this guy gets here for sake of brevity. And these two are also following. Jesus Christ. All right. Isaac's going to come up, and these ones are going to surround Mim.
But they're shorter. Fly?
I mean,
No.
you're flying at head height.
Oh, damn it.
And they're also, Mim, you're going to get your hands tied. Andar, you're going to have your hands tied unless you try and resist. They're going to go to tie your hands. Sten, I'm going to say for just for clarity purposes, they come over and they see you. You're going to have another opportunity to juke them because you're almost invisible, but they know where you are right now and they're trying to get to you. With their dashes, they'd be able to get here and try and cut you off, but they're not able to tie you. Whereas Mim and Andar are getting cuffed.
Can I, like, sleight of hand make it so that, like, they're looser or, like, that I can tie it later? Like, or does that, like, maybe I could sleight of hand later?
I would say
Like
sleight of
when you
hand
tie it
later.
Fair.
And you
Okay.
make the tension outside.
Yeah, well, I was like, maybe just
And then,
so that, like,
and then when you put
later.
yeah. Ooh.
So it looks like I'm still, like, you know, but okay.
So, noted though. We'll keep that noted.
Okay.
Andar, I presume, are you letting yourself get cuffed? Cool. For Adunbi's sake, Adunbi, go ahead.
Let's see. Where's the exit? Like, how do I?
I'm
what's,
gonna
like, the
show you
actual-
real quick map wise. So if this is Vallaki, you guys are currently.
Oh, I more meant. Okay, go ahead.
Of the building?
Do that first.
I'm just letting you know map wise that like you're gonna be running into other buildings eventually. So like you guys are. This is not. This is Blinsky's shop here. This orange tent. The orange underneath there. So if you run through, you're gonna end up at the back of other buildings, and then into another street. If you continue that way.
So I'm on the east side of the building.
You're about to be, if you head out
Okay.
the back door.
Okay.
Let me put you
All
back.
Likely story. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Hey, Cap, can we do firehouse subs
30.
for lunch?
Sure.
Hmm.
Do you have a
So,
better idea?
Is this the exit to the building, or can I exit at any wall from this? Or do I have to go like specifically through this part?
So this is a door, and then we said that this whole thing is the back room that we were talking about, and so this where you are now is another back door. Yes.
Okay. I go 35. And then is it people exiting the terrain part of the difficult terrain as well, or is that like if like the guard is at the edge of like like difficult terrain, and then he walks out of it. Is that also 10 feet, or is that like the 5 feet?
If he starts in it, then yes. It's difficult terrain.
Entering. Okay, so like as long as you start in the thing, it's gonna be difficult. Like
And basically, if you're entering it, it counts. If you're exiting it, it counts. Basically, as long as you're interacting with that square, it's difficult.
Okay. All right. We're gonna go and do.
So, like, if this one square was difficult terrain, if he's
Can they walk
moving
through
through
this-
it, it would only count once. But if he starts in
Can I
it,
walk
it
through
still
this
counts.
tree? Can I walk through this tree up here?
So
whatever this is?
all of this foliage is going to be difficult terrain.
Okay. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted to hear. All right, we're gonna draw a square.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna draw a square. We're gonna draw a square all here.
Here, have your
So
square.
starting from here. Yeah. Oh no. Well, since I'm in the whatever, it's hard to envision like past the darkness, but I want to cover pretty much from the top to the right of the top card. And make a 20-foot square from there. Like this, where this line is where like the edge of the square is gonna be.
Got it. So like here.
Yeah, like here, but this is. It goes out to this point.
Got it. I'll just.
And then
So like one to the right? Is that what you mean?
yeah, like one more to the right, like yeah, right there. So it's from here to here.
Got it.
All right. And the guard has to make the guard in the front has to make a strength saving throw.
He was not in it if you put it here.
No, it is. It starts on the guard. Oh wait, do they start from the edges of?
So this is a 20-foot square. Do you want it on the guard or do you not want it on the guard?
It goes from the guard space to the space where it's on right now, right?
I think the measuring tool is just telling you that from the space you clicked on, the next ones are 5, 10, 15, 20.
So each
it's
square
corner to corner.
each square is 5 feet. So
Oh yeah. That makes sense. Then yeah, we can shift it over like to
there.
One more. So it's on the other guards as well. Like those three.
Cool. Okay, then I'll
so
have the three of
those-
them roll saves.
Strength saving throws, yeah.
2 of them fail for sure. 1 of them I think succeeds. Let me double check. They rolled a 3, a 8, and an unnatural 20.
Yeah, that's the unnatural 20 succeeds.
Okay,
The
so
other 2 fail.
as
and
the
are
third
restrained.
one, this one will be that guy.
Okay.
Cool.
And then the 2 in the fronts fail and they're restrained.
So for
that's
sake
0.
of brevity, we'll say Adunbi, you're gonna escape.
Woo!
Because they won't be able to
I'm a
catch you from there.
convict.
The betrayal.
Alistair, you watch Adumbi run out the back door, throw up vines, and hear some screams on the other side of the building and clanging
Ninja
of
dust.
armor, and then you see Adumbi book it off into the city.
Oh shit.
As for the rest of you,
Do I get my chance?
yeah. So Sten, we'll resolve you.
Okay. You've already dissolved me. Ha!
But,
Okay. I'm going to rabbit hop again. Will you allow me to go diagonal like that for 10 feet?
yeah, that's 5 and then 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to take 40 feet off into whatever this is and then hide again.
All right.
Away.
Let me see if they're gonna roll at disadvantage to spot you.
Do I need to roll stealth?
Yes, roll me stealth at advantage.
I believe in you.
14.
Oh god. That's enough, right? They don't have higher than 14
Honestly,
passive perception.
I'm gonna say for the sake of ease, you vanish as well.
gonna
You're
say,
running
nobody else has
practically
seen him.
invisible.
You're eventually gonna get away.
I'm not. Yeah, like they're not gonna be able to keep up with you and see you. So,
Okay, so from this point, I'm going another 40 feet away.
yeah, we're just gonna say you're gone.
Do you have
Okay.
bardic inspiration left?
I've got 3. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so
Oh, this is bad.
Mim and Andar, you guys are pulled together. And these guards come back and kind of report to Izek. Hey, 2 of them got away, and he's like,
Find them. Yes, take these other 2. They're going to the Baron.
No one
And-
I'm
remembers
gonna just miss
Alistar.
Doctor Who into a pocket dimension.
whoosh. So, how are we gonna divide this? We'll address. So the guards gather the 2 of you up and they throw bags over your head, and we'll get back to you 2. Alistair, you're the first one. You wait a few minutes, and
Till the ghost is clear.
the guard noises leave. What is your plan of action?
Okay. So I know a Doonby booked it out the back door.
Mm-hmm.
So I know he's to the east of town, correct?
Well, he's still in town. He just went into other streets. You just saw him book that way.
Got you. Okay.
You also
I
can
didn't-
probably safely presume that the guards are going to be still looking for him.
Right. I did not see Sten, so I don't know that Sten made it out of there.
Correct. The only person you saw was a Doonby.
And effectively, the guards are not around anymore. Has a long enough time passed?
I'm saying I was figuring you were waiting until the guards have left
Yeah.
because you
okay,
kind
cool.
of indicated as such.
All right, I'm gonna click off of this thing because I will think that they're around. So I would go back into Blinsky's shop, probably through the front, as to not scare the crap out of him.
Mm-hmm.
And what do I see? Like, what's it like in there?
He is inside putting the final touches on the K9 toy and visibly like almost deconstructed, like his shoulders are hunched. You can tell he's very sad because what he saw was this big fight out front, and 2 of them get arrested, and then a Doonby run and you run. So
Gotcha.
he's under the assumption that all of you guys are fucked. And then when you come in, he brightens a little bit and says, "You made it."
I did. I stayed hidden out and away from Izek.
Your friends caused trouble. Your friends.
I know.
2 of them have been arrested. They've been taken.
We're a motley bunch of assholes, honestly.
I imagine that they will have to serve trial with the Baron.
How does that typically go, Blinsky?
I do not know. I've never served trial, but the
That's
Baron
good.
is not known to be a kind man.
Yeah.
Isn't he the one that was forcing everybody to be happy?
Or else.
Not to mention, we don't know how long this process is gonna take, and we only have like a couple of days left, presumably,
Probably a day.
for this curse, this hag curse.
You guys were gonna go, and then you changed your minds.
Alistair will, Blinsky will see him be like, shit. And then I will say to Blinsky, Blinsky, the toy there that you're working on, did Sten pay you for that?
He paid half. He was going to pay the other half when he came to collect it.
How much does he still owe you?
Stan, I believe it was 5 silver.
5 silver. Yep.
It's 5 silver.
Gotcha. And I will reach into my pouch. And as I'm doing that, I'll be like, well, I'm going to pay you ahead of time. Instead, we'll pick it up when you can. Does that sound good?
That is acceptable.
Okay, I'm going to reach into my pouch and give him 5 platinum.
Oh, no, this is... You've mixed up your coins. These are platinum, not silver. I 5 silver. These are platinum.
Blinsky,
You have the wrong coins.
Blinsky, keep the change.
But...
Blinsky, stay safe, stay out of trouble, and find help if Izek comes around and gives you any problems.
Okay.
And I'm going to walk out the front door.
All right.
You basically were like, how much is it? $5? Here's 500.
Yeah.
Keep it. It's like...
Adunbi,
Yeah.
what's your plan?
The plan is to run outside the city walls.
You're going all the way out.
Yeah.
All right. For the
Stay
sake
in the
of brevity,
trees.
roll me 4 stealth checks. I'm going to roll as you try and sneak through town towards the edge of town to get out.
Can
You have to.
It's rollies.
Can I roll pass? Can I cast a pass without a trace first?
Yes, you can.
All right.
And you're working your way towards the outskirts of the city, trying to get out. And for the sake of brevity, we'll say that you have to cross 4 streets, and we'll see if any guards spot you along
And it's
the
in
way.
the daytime, right?
It is, yes. It's early. At this point, it's probably... You woke up between 7 and 8. It's probably 8:30 to 9 at this point.
That's 1 plus 2 plus 10.
So 13?
So 13 for one. 15 for the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. 15 plus 25 for the other one. 31 and 28.
That's enough. So you managed to sneak your way out of town to the eastern gate. And sneak your way out. You are effectively out of town.
Okay.
What is your next move for my knowledge?
My next move is going to be write a note on like a parchment of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Use my wild shape to summon the alternate wild shape thing to summon the fuck are they called? An owl familiar.
Okay.
That is also skeletal.
Mm-hmm.
Because I assume it's also skeletal.
That's correct.
And I'm gonna have it carry a note to the tavern, explaining that I'm on the outskirts, on like the east side of town.
Cool.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna stay out in the forest for now.
Got it.
Until I can reconvene with my friends.
Noted. Sten, what is your plan?
I'm going to sneak back, and then after I get past Blinsky's, I'm going to cast Disguise Self to look like Rictavio. I'm going to go back to the tavern.
Okay. Let's play that out.
Okay.
So you
Bold move, says Ryan.
strut into the tavern dressed as Rictavio. What do you do?
I'm going to point to Danica.
Huh?
Did she make eye contact with me?
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm going to point to that back room, and I'm going to walk towards it.
Okay. She's
then
going to
once
raise
I
an
get-
eyebrow at you, but...
Once I get to a point where there's no customers who can see my face, I'm going to mouth the words, help.
Okay, she's going to, like, raise an eyebrow at you. As you're kind of heading towards the back room, she's going to start to kind of move that way as if, like, you're not supposed to go back there. And then she is going to, as you see help, she, like, her eyes widen and she opens the door and lets you in. You come back, and Erwin is back there with a very disgruntled Irina, whose wig is like she's forgotten that she's disguised. Her wig's kind of half askew and some black hairs, like the kind of auburn, the black hair is kind of streaking out underneath on a sweated brow, and she's just like rolling dough aggressively on a counter with a rolling pin. And Danica kind of, both of them kind of look up, and Irina like registers that you're Rictavio, and just kind of continues to roll aggressively. Whereas Erwin and Danica kind of walk up and say like, Erwin's like, what are you two doing back here? And Danica stops him and's like, he asked for help. And they both kind of look to you. What's going on?
I'm sure, as you know now, I'm not actually Rictavio. It's easier to see a person.
Irina immediately perks up, comes over, rolling pin in hand.
Oh shit.
But they're all listening.
When I know you saw yesterday, I'm almost entirely invisible, so for ease sake, I'll assume a person. A few of us got arrested a little while ago.
I see.
And everyone kind of rubs his face.
And I have no clue where the other are.
Irina just slams the rolling pin on the table. I knew I shouldn't have stayed here. I knew we should have done this, but no, I didn't have any say in the plan, did I? She kind of glares at you.
I didn't either, Irina. I was planning on having a chat with Izek, and
Do you call her Irina?
Yeah. I'm absolutely like a kerfuffle. So yeah.
All right. She kind of startles. The other two startle. They look at her, and then they kind of look at each other, and he kind of puts a hand. Erwin kind of puts a hand on Irina's shoulder, and he says, "Your wig hasn't been on straight all morning. We kind of pieced two and two together. It's an honor to have you in our establishment." She kind of like takes off the wig and slams it on the ground. She says, "This is just not my day."
I'm not spoiled.
You can blame me for the plan, Irina. I did pitch it. But more importantly, I don't know what to do. We've got Andar and Mim, who it looked like they were on their way to the Barrens. Alistair disappeared the moment we started fighting, and I don't know where Adunbi went. Get this goddamn owl out of here!
So oddly enough, there's kind of this tapping at the window. But when Erwin goes and like lifts up the window, it's not an owl that's at the window, it's a raven with a little note.
Dun dun dun.
And he takes the note and he reads it.
Well, it appears your friend Adunbi made it to the outskirts of town. Here.
Hands it to you. It's in
Wait, what?
Adunbi's handwriting. It says that he made it to the eastern side of town and he's waiting on the outskirts.
Wait, hold on. I can do this. What? Oh. Now I have to choose. That's the complete opposite side of where... Any advice?
Erwin kind of looks at everyone in the room and says, well,
The Baron isn't exactly known for his genteel nature. I imagine if your friends are being escorted to his estate, and especially if part of your group managed to escape, I don't imagine that they'll be facing a warm welcome.
I don't know if they know what I am. I know they saw some sort of silvery figure, and I won't drop it. They got kind of close, but I'm not sure they know I haven't gone. Would and I'll just gesture to the Rictavio image. Would he be able to help?
Erwin looks at you and says, Rictavio's a traveler, entertainer. He has not crossed paths with the Baron. I don't imagine the Baron would have any sort of reception to a stranger coming and begging for mercy. And then Irina kind of gathers herself and brushes herself off and says, but he might listen to another diplomat. And she kind of straightens her hair. She says, all right, it appears that any level of anonymity we have in the city has already been lost, so we might as well play our cards, right?
I don't know that this might be the proper visage, but yes, I think you are right.
Well, then it appears that we will be paying a visit to Baron Vallaki. Let me gather my things. And she walks out.
Can I send a letter back with you? I'll point to the window. I don't know if the raven's even still there.
The raven is still there.
I think with Find Familiar, you can communicate with it, right?
So you can. Does it function as a Find Familiar spell?
It literally is Find Familiar, yeah.
So then, yes. So then for you, were you observing it through its eyes or anything?
I would probably be checking in every once in a while to observe.
You can only communicate with your familiar if it's within 100 feet of you.
Yeah, I don't know how. I'm guessing that this is pretty far away.
Yes, it is. It's half of town. So, let me think through the logistics of this. He looks at the raven, looks at you, and says, well, I'll admit, the raven wasn't the original source of the letter, but I imagine with time we'd be able to get something back. It would just take a little longer.
What happened?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think Sten has the capacity to think about it too much right now. Considering.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm like sweating bullets. I'm like,
maybe just let him know we're all right for now, and we now have business with the Baron.
All right.
Baron.
I'll write a note. And he
Thank you.
pulls out some parchment and writes something and hands it off to the raven. The raven takes off. And Irina comes back down dressed in her original outfit, which is pretty clean considering the fact that she's been traveling mostly in disguise, and she appears to have polished herself up a little bit. Much more resplendent than in her original outfit. Her disguise, you can tell that she's much more comfortable and put together this way. Well, shall we? I believe we have an audience to attend.
I think I should change. Is there something more appropriate?
Well, she kind of gestures at Erwin and Danica. They said that he's a stranger and that he's passing by. I imagine that another face would be just as anonymous as this one.
I'll look at him questioningly.
Erwin and Danica look at each other and look at you, and to my knowledge, Rictavio's never had a run-in with the Baron, taken any notice from any of the guards or otherwise. He's become quite a favorite at the tavern here, but I can't imagine that he's recognizable when it comes to the high and mighty of the city, so to speak.
Well, if on the off chance he comes to you because he sees himself, please apologize. And if you could tell him we want to speak, if we're still around.
I will let him know if he brings it up.
All right. How long does enhance ability last? An hour. How long is the travel to the Baron?
It's only about like a half-hour walk. It's not far.
All right, I'm gonna tap Irina on the back. You got this, and I will cast enhance ability Eagle Splendor, so she has advantage on charisma checks
Cool.
for the next hour. Hopefully that works.
That'll be plenty.
Okay.
All right, Alistair.
Yes.
Where are you headed?
Okay, so I thought long and hard about this. Alistair would walk out the front door of Blinsky's, and he'd throw his hands up and just curse. And then he would be headed towards the house that he saw Vasily go to.
Okay.
And he would be going to get Vasily to ask him to come with him to Old Bone Grinder.
Interesting. All right.
Everyone is
Holy
so split
shit.
up.
All right. This is
Somewhat split.
getting wild. Okay.
We have to pick one thing, they said.
So you go.
To be fair, this will probably loop all back around.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Or we'll all die.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
I will say, just for your knowledge,
Oh, you're good. You go.
in character,
Okay.
you're gonna, I'll say for the sake of brevity, you're gonna go knock on his door. There's gonna be no answer, but it's also about morning service time,
Yeah, so he would head to the church.
potentially.
To go brood outside.
Yeah, so I would head there if there was no answer at the door.
Cool. What were you gonna say, Nick?
I need to re-up on disguise self if it's about 20 minutes back to the tavern and a conversation. So just as to be mindful. It only lasts an hour.
So I would say,
If I could re-up without people noticing as we get closer to the Barrens.
yeah, I would. We'll say that you we'll say that you duck into an alley and re-up right before you enter. So we'll say from arrival you have an hour.
Thank you.
Alistair, so you head to the church, and lo and behold, Vasily is out on the doorstep. No longer has a book, but is sitting kind of observing as Milivaj is digging out in the graveyard, and turns and sees you and kind of does a double take and waves and says, "Oh, hold on, Vasily von Holtz." He waves. He says, "Hello. Good morning."
Well met, Vasily. I need your help.
It does not. Your tone would belie that it is not as well met as I would normally think.
No. Vasily, I would like to hire you to come along with me. I need to head to a windmill outside of town where we met a hag. My friends were captured today by the guards because there was some trouble. And I need to go and free them, but if I don't go see the hag first, one of them might die before I can make it back.
I see. I will admit, I do not have the most familiarity with hags.
And that I can understand, but you were the most well-equipped person we've met so far that I consider a friend.
All right, I can come with you. At least this company, I don't know how much help I will be, but I can fend for myself should we come into trouble on the road, and I can at least see you through your journey. How long will we be gone? Because I do not want to leave the church unattended for too long.
It was supposed to be only a 2-hour trip. We could wait until after service and head out, if that's okay with you, and I'd be willing to pay you for your time.
I'll make you a deal. If
Okay.
I helped you with this, then we deal with the church next. Yes?
Absolutely. We get my friends, and then we deal with the church.
All right. Then have to be careful because player was near table. Then you have a deal. And he reaches out his hand for a handshake.
Is it a real hand? Ask.
Hey, I'm about to go risk my life for you. You shush.
Like, when you get the chance, Ryan, can you show me where I wanted to send my familiar to find on the way back to find out where like Endar and Mim are being held.
Cool. So then we'll get to that, yes.
Yeah, just later when you're ready.
This is a complicated session.
Alistair, so he holds out his hand. Do you shake it?
Intrigue.
Yes.
All right, cool. I need you to roll me a wisdom save.
Oh shit. Okay. 10.
All right. So you guys head off after the services. We'll get back to you.
You guys best friends now?
Adunbi,
I think so.
if Hewitt's still here.
He's dead.
Oh my god, I can't believe you guys are going by. This is what a session this is. This I could not have in a million years predicted how this session would go. You guys are all over the city. All right, we'll get back to Adunbi then. So let's do. Oh man, let's do Mim and Antar. You guys are putting me through the ringer today.
Can I tell you what I'm hoping happens? Because that might help you a little bit.
Yes.
As I'm leaving, I'm hoping that Alistair would run into a Doomby. Because I have to leave town.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, Alistair doesn't know he's there, and it'll depend on
Right.
where Doomby's posted up. So, we'll see.
Okay.
Whew. All right. Let's do Andar and Mim. Let me place some tokens.
You know what's funny? I messaged Cap and I was like, I think I'm gonna run away. I think I'm gonna escape to go to the bone grinder, try and figure out this thing. So we were trying to figure that out right before the session. I was like, maybe let me just play out the rest of the day and maybe like we do it in the afternoon. Not even 8:30.
I think we need to be better about like fleshing
Coming out with
uh,
plans.
Yeah, because we're like, oh, we have a plan. We're just gonna go and meet Isaac. But then no one was
I
like,
think I
what
pitched
are
like
we
we'll
gonna
just
do?
talk to him and like run a little interference so he doesn't light the thing on fire.
To
Wait,
be
what thing
fair,
on fire?
I didn't plan for
Once he's
him
split.
to pull his sword.
Well, nobody did, but so he spit in Blinsky's face because he hates Blinsky, and then Adumbi went to defend Blinsky, and then
He cascaded. Yeah.
exactly.
We can have that chat in
the dice tell
game.
the story, man.
All right, so I need.
I think as a player group, though, we should discuss what we want going forward in our communication style. In my opinion.
Yeah.
It's a good RP moment to have,
Okay.
right? Like, hey, these things keep going wrong. What if we talked about them?
What talking? Yeah, I agree, Sasha.
Cool. I need to play some tokens, and then we'll get this started. So...
Ooh, can I retcon a little bit? Could I have refit myself with all my stuff and then cast Disguise Self over that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Perfectly acceptable.
I get +1 to my AC. Let's go. Now it's 11.
+1.
So it's going to be... By the time that you make it back to the Burgomasters, you took 20 minutes to get to the tavern. About, we'll say, 20 minutes to talk, and about 20 minutes back. So there's your hour.
Okay.
So they're going to be there for about an hour before you arrive. So we're going to pop everyone over here.
I don't want it.
And
I'm the best
need
lawyer.
it.
You got this.
I don't need it.
Andar and Mim. You guys find yourself shoved to the ground on your knees, with your hands tied behind your back. And wait, where did he go? Oh, he's up here. In the room with you is this... Hold on, let me get everything sorted before I start narrating, because I'm missing a token and the music's wrong.
Is that what would have happened to Lancelot
What would have happened to Lancelot?
if we sacrificed him? Would he have turned against us like this?
Lancelot, no.
Let's see. Had you sacrificed Lancelot, Lancelot would be dead.
Where is
Ghost,
Lancelot anyway?
Ghost a lot?
Ghost Lord.
Here we go. This is
What
what I'm
happened to
looking for.
Lancelot? What did we do with him?
You guys left him upstairs.
Oh yeah, K9 left him upstairs, like locked him in the room. Yeah, remember that.
Cool. Here we go.
That's so.
So, you guys find yourself on the floor of what appears to be a fairly resplendent den. There's a large bearskin on the ground in front of you. There is Izek standing over the two of you. And there is this, like, portly, kind of greasy man flanked by two mastiffs, sitting in an armchair looking down over you. Let's see. Padded chairs and couches line the wall of this cozy carpeted den. The room reeks of pipe smoke, and mounted on the east wall is the head of an angry-looking brown bear. And the man looks down at you and he says, "So, I have heard that you are causing trouble in my city. What do you have to say for yourself?"
Technically, I was trying to prevent trouble in your city.
My compatriot here tells me otherwise.
Yes, because he's the one who put the sword in my shoulder that caused it to go the other way.
According to him, you are the one who singed his arm or so. And he gestures towards the bolt marks that are clearly still left on the armor. The soot hasn't been quite cleared yet.
No, it was like that before we talked to him.
Izek here tells me that you were causing trouble with the local toy maker. You were bringing dissatisfaction and disruption to the city streets a day before a fine festival that we are about to throw.
Well, we're
Those were
just trying to make
toys?
sure that Blinsky's doesn't go out of business. Especially because in these hard times, I think people really want toys.
This is true. So why then are you causing fights in the streets?
We didn't cause the fight. He pulled his sword out first, and he was being really rude and spit in Blinsky's face, and he was gonna attack us first.
He looks to Izek. Izek kind of shifts and has his hand on his sword but doesn't say anything. Izek serves under my authority.
Oh, so you don't want people to be happy. Okay. Why are you making it so that Blinsky's is gonna shut down?
I want everyone to be happy. It is only if everyone is happy that we might potentially subvert the curse upon our people and return to the promised land of whence we came. It is the devil's magic that keeps us here. And only if we are joyful, only if we maintain our positivity, might we escape his curse.
I'm feeling pretty not positive right now, though.
And that is why you are brought before me for sentencing.
Oh, so
No,
are we
I was
sentencing
feeling
Isaac?
positive before.
And that is why you decided to cause a fight in my streets?
I'm just glad that I'm finally in a building that isn't completely repulsive.
Why, thank you. I take good pride in my dead. He kind of
And
puts his
such
hand on one of the...
looking bear that I'm almost kneeling on. This floor is good too, though.
He puts his hand on one of the large dogs who kind of like growls at you, and some slobber like comes out of the side of its mouth. They're the big mastiffs. Huge dogs. So, what shall we do with you? Now that you have proven to be lacking of joy in our city?
I'm feeling a lot more joyful now.
It might be a little late for that, friend.
I suggest banishment.
Banishment might be suitable. Being tossed outside the walls, never to return. Turns to Yumim. And what might you say of this sentence? You are muted, ma'am. Your mouth is moving, but I cannot hear your words.
I just am speechless by how gracious and kind you are already. You know, I think it would be really it wouldn't make as much sense if you were to throw us out because you want us to be everyone here to be happy and break the curse, and really we could do you a favor and maybe help people with that. Maybe as a punishment you sentence us to helping you with something. We're actually very capable.
Community service? Perhaps. However, I do believe that if you were to serve community service, you would need to serve some form of penance first. As we all know, actions have consequences.
Beautiful.
He's just a good friend and follows people. Ditch her. She's pissed.
So, what is it that we might do? We have banishment? Or penance and community service? I am a fair man, a just man. I will allow you to discuss amongst yourselves what is preferred. You have 2 minutes.
I looked at him and I said, "What do you think?"
I mean, what kind of penance?
I guess we should ask.
Seems like a pretty kind man.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir. What kind of penance were you talking about specifically?
Justice to be served would be 1 day in the stockades in the town square, starting at dawn.
Starting at dawn from right now? Next dawn?
Dawn has already come and passed. It would be the following dawn, the day
What time
of
is it right
the
now?
festival.
Oh wait, but we're gonna miss the festival.
Do not worry, you will have a front row seat from the stockades. Should
Oh,
you
God.
choose community service as your punishment.
Wait, but penance is the punishment.
Yes. And community service is the retribution.
This guy sucks.
Seems like a pretty reasonable man.
Your time is ticking.
Alright, Andor, what do you think we should do?
Who doesn't love a good little bout of punishment every once in a while?
So we're taking the penance in the community service?
Yeah, why not?
Wait,
Couldn't be any worse than that stuff I did to get back in the fraternity.
alright, I guess I'm gonna follow Andor's lead. Sir, before we agree to this deal,
Yes.
what are we gonna be doing or where are we gonna be in the meantime before tomorrow's dawn?
In the meantime, you would be allowed to reside in the dungeon until dawn, at which point you'd be taken to the stockades for public display, for lack of joy during a joyous time.
Joy.
And at sundown, you would be returned to me for your community service to be determined.
I want this guy to be the fated ally.
It's come to me.
But you are also my allies. Fated.
I can be persuaded to help.
What kind of community
I
service are we
was
talking
like
about here?
That would be determined following your sentence.
Cool.
Well, I guess that sounds like the better option. Is there any way you might have an option C?
There might have been had you suggested one, but you have chosen your sentence, and your time is up. Isaac will escort you to the dungeon. At which point Isaac comes and yanks you both up by your hand binds. Thank you for coming, and remember, stay joyous. And Isaac throws the bags back over your head and ushers you out.
Head on some kind of. Oh, the whole time Mim is gonna be like, Isaac, you're such a piece of shit, and like kind of mumbling under her breath about Isaac. Joyous my ass. Yeah, all that shit.
Love it. All right. Does he even have a dungeon as written?
Well, it's just a mansion, right?
Oh, right. I forgot. All right. So we'll pop back over to... Oh, man. You guys are all separated. We're just jumping all over from thing to thing.
So are we just kicking it in a dungeon right now?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is you guys are going to be taken up to a room, and you're gonna hear a door open. You guys are gonna be thrown in, and your hands are gonna be untied and clasped in iron clasps to what feels like a wall. And then the hoods are going to be revealed, and I'm going to. I'll show you the room that you see. You guys, if you scroll down a little bit, you're in a small room with another man who is clasped to the wall, and he has bloody, like, lacerations all over his body and is crying and hanging limp in his chains.
So, what are you in for?
He kind of looks up at you, and his eyes are totally bloodshot. You can tell he hasn't slept in a good long while. And he says, I shouldn't have done it. I during the last festival, I had a sign. It was the Wolf's Head Festival, the Wolf's Head Jamboree. And I had a sign that said we should feed the Baron to the wolves. It's not funny. I've been
Classic.
I've been here for days. They come and twice a day, they whip me.
Oh yeah, that's not funny. I'm sorry.
And that's where we'll leave you guys. In the
For,
meantime,
like, approximately a short rest amount of time, I'm guessing.
yeah, you could short rest here. It's not comfortable, but you could short rest here.
Fine.
All right, so let's see. So Sten and Irina are coming to the house. Adunbi, you wanted to send the owl to the house. So you're going to, once the owl gets back, you're going to send the owl to the house. The owl is going to circle around the building. But because of the way owl flight works compared to walking speed, by the time that you escaped and sent the owl and got it back, Mim and Andar are already in the building by the time the owl gets there. But the owl is going to get there before Irina and Sten arrive. So to the owl, it looks like the normally patrolled building, depending on how long you leave it, how long you instructed to leave it there.
I wanted the owl to try to find them, but it only lasts for 2 hours, so I don't know how long.
So you want it to like to look in windows and stuff.
Yeah, to see if it can locate it and within that 2 hour time frame.
Got it. So from the windows of the building, the information it's able to gather, it's gonna come back and say that it didn't find them, but that it saw Irina and fantastic looking figure who it doesn't know.
Gotcha.
But by description, you'd recognize this Rictavio. Enter the building.
Gotcha.
Dressed as Irina. And as far as windows it could see in, it's going to report a couple bedrooms, a strange workshop in the attic that had a small boy, and what appeared to be some skeletal cats. A long hallway on the second floor, and then what would be standard rooms for a base level of like a dining room, a kitchen, a den, and it will describe to you some of the people there. There appears to be a rich woman holding a luncheon. Describes there are 2 large dogs walking about with a rich man. There's a variety of servants. all the kind of miscellaneous info that you'd expect from a mansion.
Gotcha.
So I guess. And where are you staying on the outskirts of town? Like where are you hiding?
I'm just up in a tree.
Okay.
It's like I try to find like a tree, find like part of like up in a. I'm guessing they're more like the trees are more full, but I'm trying to find like a tree that has like branches up high where I can just like kind of rest my like. If I don't know if the branches are big enough, but I'm trying to find somewhere that I can like actually lay down on a branch with like my back towards the trunk of the tree.
Got it. And just watching
down around, see what's going on, and kind of waiting for someone to. I'm trying to find a place like close enough to the road.
Yeah.
To where I can see the road. So if anyone like leaves on the east side.
Got it. So the trees aren't super thick right near town, but you can find a tree that's got thick enough branches that you aren't easily visible from the road, but you can see the road and the gate.
Yeah.
And
that's
they're
pretty
just
much
kind of
it.
watching passersby.
And I'm just gonna chill there.
Do we want to take a quick restroom break? Also for me to gather the pieces of what's occurred.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sure.
So,
You a chance.
give me a chance to roll with the wild ass punches you guys are throwing. All right, so we're gonna have out of the 5 party members, only 2 of them are together.
Yay!
And they were
D-
forced together.
Yeah.
Hey DM, how good are you at DMing 4.5 games at once? All
I'm gonna
right,
go look up lawyer tactics while we do this. So.
lawyer tactics. All right,
How to
so
win a case every time.
um.
And we all go tumbling down.
We will start back with Alistair.
Oh shit. Okay.
So,
He's like, I got time.
also Alistair, watch your DMs because I'm gonna shoot you one.
Beautiful.
All right.
Okay, got my drink.
Sliding into his DMs and not even mine?
All right, I will see you guys in a few minutes.
It's to be expected.
All right, we're back in it. Let me put the music back on. Alistair, you are walking with Vasily out of town. Filling him in on everything that you feel appropriate with the hags.
Yep. And what happened to get my friends imprisoned.
Yep, so
as
he's
well.
up to date on everything.
Do we have game music or is this a connection issue?
No, I
Yeah.
was looking for the correct
Okay, gotcha.
I was looking for the correct sound. Unfortunately, there's not like a Streets of Vallaki sound, which is stupid because there should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just search for street. So anyway, you are heading outside of town. Adumbi, you would see them exit as they start to leave town and head.
Who exit?
Alistair and Vasily. And to answer your Raven question, your owl would let you know that when it approached the inn, it was accosted by a number of ravens and dropped the note, and one of the ravens took the note. But then after the note was taken and the owl backed off, the crows backed off.
They're strong crows.
Have I noticed that there are?
Also, none of them harmed the familiar.
Have I noticed crows around the tavern before?
Yes.
Like ever since we first got there?
Yes, there's been crows pretty much omnipresent. Either crows and ravens specifically, on the sign, on the roof, There's been a lot of ravens in general around Vallaki. You guys saw some at the monoliths at on Bone Grinder. One flew down to town. And in general, in Barovia, ravens and crows are fairly common. But yes, there do seem to be a more amount near the tavern.
Gotcha. Okay. With that, because I don't really think there is. Seeing them come down the street, he's gonna climb down the tree and try to intercept them on the path. Yeah.
All right, so Adumbi climbs down out of the tree, steps into the road, and Alistair, you see Adumbi approaching as
I do a dramatic reveal as I reveal my hood. Standing in the middle of the road.
Adumbi?
Alistair.
You made it out.
Sorry, I always wanted to do that like TV show movie thing.
He runs up in
He's
slow
like-
motion and embraces him.
Bum, 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 bum.
Where you're like you see someone and they're like hooded or whatever, and you get ready to fight, and they reveal someone socks, you reveal themselves like, don't be Alistair.
My lost friend. I love that.
You got away, huh?
Yeah, that's I came to find you guys, so that's what I'm working on.
I sent a friend out to see what happened to the rest of us. I couldn't find Mim and Anda. I knew they got taken away. Sten, it's kind of hard to find them lately these days.
That's fair.
And yeah, I just know that they were taken to the is it Baron?
Mm-hmm.
To the Baron to face some type of consequence.
Well, my plan is, I'm assuming the worst, and I'm assuming that Sten, Andor, and Mim were all taken to the Barons. If this is the case, we should go after them, but if we don't go to, do the characters know that it's called Bone Grinder?
No.
I don't know. It's called Bone Grinder.
Yeah, we did because it was.
I'm just saying a Doomy. Wait, do it? Right. Yeah, we did. Yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
If we don't go to Old Bone Grinder and talk to the hag, then we might not make it back before we lose Sten completely.
And we know it's like 4 hours out, right? Ren?
Yeah, we knew it was 2
round
hours.
trip.
Said
It's 2 hours
2 or
round
3.
trip. So it's 2 hours each way, 4 hours round trip. Words are important.
Does that mean we have to make a deal then?
I was going to, yes.
Yes. Yeah. We don't know how long they're going to be locked up, so I think you're right. We should go.
I brought Vasily with me for a little bit of hired help, and I'll look to Vasily.
It is good to see you again. I'll admit I am not much of an adventuring type, but Alistair asked for my help and promised that he would help with the church should I help him. So here I am.
Endymion just nods and turns on his heel and starts walking.
Oh, well. Man of few words, I see.
It's been a long, long morning.
Understandable. So you guys head off towards Old Bone Grinder. We will let that be.
Cool.
What?
I didn't do that.
You guys head off to Old Bone Grinder.
I was like,
Okay. Well, that sounds like the wrong choice.
sometimes there are ones that are like delayed starts, and apparently that's like some of the traveling through Barovia music.
That's so funny.
Anyway, Sten and Irina begin to approach the mansion. And walking through town, you notice that Irina is starting to definitely gather more glances than she used to now that she is dressed as Irina. So there are definitely townsfolk who recognize her. A few kind of bow their heads in respect. And when you come to the gate of the mansion itself, there are guards posted out front. And they do hold up a hand to stop you. Oi, where do you think you're going? And Irina kind of puts her hand up and... We are here to have a audience with the Baron at the request of Irina Kolyana. And
Sorry, presiding Irina. What did you say? Barovia. I'm so sorry. I'll get it next time.
pardon my page. He's still in training. The guard kind of like stiffens up and says, I apologize, milady. I don't believe the Baron's expecting you. No, our visit was unplanned, but I do request his audience immediately, as it is a matter of urgency.
Right away, milady. I'll go see if he's available.
And he hustles up the steps, and the other guard kind of like starts like looking around, realizing he's the only one left, and kind of is uneasy on his feet. So, nice weather we're having for fall time.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And the wind. Oh, wow.
Nice breeze.
Crisp, yes.
Very, very refreshing. Especially...
Do you iron your clothes?
Yeah.
Wow.
The plate mail kind of rustles it a bit sometimes, but I do my best. The other guard comes rushing back.
Milady, the Baron said that he will see you, if you would so choose.
And she nods, thank you, and just immediately starts to stride up the steps to the building, and straight up just opens the door.
Let's go. I'll do that like that hop skip when you're like clearly left behind, but you want to hurry but not show that you're really in a hurry.
Yeah. So she just straight up walks in, much to the chagrin of like the doorman who's there to open the door for her, who kind of like is caught off guard by the brazenness of this woman. And then by the time you make it, the door's already open. So he just kind of like looks around and shuts it behind you. Here, we'll go to map so you guys can see what you're looking at here. And let me get you guys on the board. So as you step inside, you're originally greeted by what appears to be a holding chamber. And it's filled with various like twigs and twine. You can tell that this is clearly meant to be storing supplies for this upcoming festival that the Baron is going to be having. And every once in a while, a servant or another passerby comes in and kind of collects some wood and either drops it there or takes it out into the street in preparation for the actual festival tomorrow. Let's see.
Instead of like a greeting, like a hello, I'm gonna really fastly say every time they make eye contact, presiding Irina Barovia. Presiding Barovia.
Amazing.
All right.
So framed portraits adorn the walls of this grand foyer, which features a wide staircase with a sculpted railing. A long carpeted hall attached to the foyer stretches almost the length of the mansion and has several doors leading away from it, including one at the far end, while bundles of twigs are heaped against the far walls. So you can actually see down this whole hallway. It's basically this grand entryway into this whole long hallway. And this staircase here, is this grand staircase that leads up to the next floor. As you guys are kind of waiting, a maid rushes out of one of the rooms and comes forth and says, Yes, yes, the Baron will see you now, if you'll follow me. And she leads the three of you down the hallway to this first door on the right, opening it to reveal this portly man in his armchair, and Izek is kind of presiding over him.
I'm going to try and jump into the door first, I guess. And then I'll just... Did she go by Kolyanovich?
Her name is Irina Kolyana, and she did introduce herself as
Kolyana.
such.
Okay. Now presiding, Irina Kolyana of the town of Barovia. And then I'm going to just bow so my nose is almost on the ground.
I love that. So you hop in first, and she kind of, taking your lead, steps in, and the maid shuts the door behind her. You notice as you walk in that Izek makes eye contact with her, and his eyes go hugely wide.
Yeah, that's a bummer. He's here.
But the Baron nods and kind of gestures towards one of the couches, and Irina comes and sits. Actually, she'll sit in this armchair. He'll kind of move one of the dogs out of the way, and the dog kind of will coil up on the fur there.
Izek took a corner.
Yeah, he kind of took a corner. He's gonna adjust as Irina sits.
I'll take the behind Irina, I suppose.
Cool. So the Baron kind of looks at you both and says, Irina, what a pleasure to see you, traveling all this way. What is it that brings you to Vallaki, and what brings you to my fine abode? Hermes, why are you laughing?
I love this voice.
It's
what brings you to my fine abode? And Irina looks at him and says, Baron Vallakovich, well met. I'm here, as I have heard that there was a disturbance in your streets recently, and that a few arrests were made. Yes, unfortunately, there were some troublemakers in the streets, disrupting the joy of Vallaki and my people, but do not worry, they have been dealt with accordingly, and will be serving their sentence post-haste. And he says, yes, I am here to pardon them. Pardon you? I do believe that this is my city, and although I respect your position as established by your father before you, I cannot allow you to make decisions for me or my people. What is it that you would want them pardoned of? Well, these were my envoys, and were investigating the city as I had heard of some recent crime and trouble in your city. And whatsoever made you hear such things? Well, rumors travel fast, and I had heard that there might be a threat to Barovia amongst your people, and so I had them interrogating various members of your city, and I have heard that your guard, and she kind of gestures towards the guard, threatened my envoys, and in self-defense they lashed out of fear of violence. I've heard that your guard has a tendency towards such, is the word on the street. He kind of glowers for a moment and glances up at Izek. Izek does tend to have an angry streak. We are working on it, are we not, Izek? And Izek kind of glowers in the corner. You can see he's gripping the pommel of his sword, but his eyes are locked on Irina. He is not really registering most of this conversation.
Yup.
Excuse me, sorry. Did you want that on the record? As I'm trying to summarize the encounter. That last part, or the aside.
No worries. I think most of this can be off the record. I will let you know accordingly. Apologies, Baron. My page is still learning. No worries, fine. Help is difficult to find. I've actually lost some of my help recently. Really? You've lost them? Yes, they've gone missing. I don't know where they are off to. A butler of many years of service, and a maid. Such unfortunate, really. They really were great staff members. I wonder what happened to them. I've had Izek investigating, but no leads have popped up. And Irina clearly kind of seizes this opportunity. And it's like, yes, so as I said, it appears that there are some shady happenings in the city. So I sent my envoys to investigate. And it appears there was a disagreement with your leader of the guard here. But I must say that acting on my authority, they are within my duty and within my charge, and therefore are not yours to punish. And the Baron kind of thinks it over for a second.
Is Izek still staring?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna cast message.
Okay.
Izek. And just in his head he'll hear, please give the lady some privacy.
He's gonna like glance around just to see where the voice is coming from, and then he's gonna lock eyes with you. He's gonna glower at you for a little bit. And he's gonna kind of half glance between her and you from this point forward.
That's okay.
Also, can you message an unwilling creature?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
I just have to point.
All right, so then the Baron's kind of mulling it over. I do believe that the law is in line with your claim. However, the crime was committed on my grounds. And they did threaten a figure of authority acting under my name and hand. Therefore, perhaps an arrangement might be made. Currently, they have chosen to join the stocks come morning and serve one day in the stockades before surrendering themselves to community service of my choice.
What? Just thinking of Mim doing community service.
And Irina kind of takes this information, mulls it over. Perhaps we can meet in the middle. Let us say dawn to noon in the stockades, and I will see to the community service myself. This would be an acceptable arrangement. However, I shall continue to hold them until their time in the stockades is concluded, in order to ensure that they shall not cause any further trouble amongst my streets, and joy shall be maintained throughout the city.
Excuse my tongue. While they're in your retention, could we maybe procure a meal of sorts for them? Something to keep them happy?
They shall be fed, and they shall not be mistreated as envoys of Lady Kolyana. And I can assure you that to this point, no harm has befallen them beyond that occurred during their arrest. But from what I hear, and he kind of looks at Izek, who's not paying attention, no significant injuries were sustained during the said process. I mean, it kind of mulls it over, looks at you, kind of does a little like at you, and then looks back at him. I believe that this arrangement is acceptable, as long as you promise no harm will come to them, and that at noon tomorrow they shall be released from the stockades into my care. I believe this to be an acceptable arrangement, yes. Now, as an esteemed guest, would you like to join us for lunch? Irina looks to you and is like, well, I'll leave that to my page to decide. I am not necessarily hungry, but should my page deem it worthy, we could stay for lunch.
You'll have to forgive us, Baron Vallaki. have so many things on our mind currently, and I don't know that sitting aside is going to do our minds any better.
So it is then. We shall be joining you again tomorrow for your festival, I believe. The Festival of the Blazing Sun, yes? Yes, a celebration of the warmth and light the sun brings, and the morning Lord's grace throughout our city. Joy be praised. Yes. Well, we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time and your understanding. And I'm glad we could come to an agreement. And she rises and kind of pats herself off. We will be returning at noon for my envoys. And turns to step out.
I'm going to try and get to the door before to open it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to close the door, but like onto my face as I'm just staring at Izek.
He is straight, just eye-gapping the door the entire time it shuts.
I'll just do a little smile and a wink or something.
All right. So we'll pop back here because there's no more need for a map. So you guys walk back out to the street.
Oh, well done.
I'm sorry I couldn't do better, but I believed compromise might have been our only option there.
I think it's all right. I mean, we'll have to figure out how bad your community service is, but...
They won't be serving community service. I was bullshitting through my teeth.
Oh, wonderful. You're just, the other gentleman, Izek, he not only is commissioning dolls for you, but had more than a death glare for you. I don't know if you...
Yes, I did catch his gaze. I'm not sure what he might want, but it might be best for me to lie low for a while.
Oh, I do agree.
We'll have to find where that might be. And with that, we'll cut back to Adunbi, Stead, and Vasily.
Hello, I'm over here now.
I'm sorry, Adunbi, Alistair, and Vasily. Because what the hell is this session? All right, so... after a few hours, you guys come to the grounds of Old Bone Grinder. Most of you aren't here. We'll pop back to this camera, but let me move out the people who aren't physically here. Because I didn't expect so many of you to not be here. I gotcha. Oh, no.
Whoa! Okay. I will acquiesce. Sorry.
We'll have... And we need to add a Vasily. Because who would have imagined that Vasily ever made it to Old Bone Grinder? Not me. Holy.
I'm really concerned that he had to do a saving.
That's above table. Nothing's happened in character.
Yeah.
I
I just hope you guys get an okay meal.
All right, so let's head outside of Bone Grinder, shall we?
Of porridge.
As we approach, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have said it like when we see the windmill in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
I would have looked over to both of them and been like, my intent here is not to fight. I intend to make a new deal.
Communication! Look at us growing!
I intend to make a new deal. Hopefully for the betterment of our friends. And just be weary. I don't know what's going to happen, especially on my end.
Holy shit. All right. You guys sorry, preparing. approach the windmill. And as you walk up to the door of the windmill itself, the windmill door swings open of its own accord.
It's rebuilt.
There's still the gaping hole in the
Okay.
third story. But the
There was
door
one
is
front
rebuilt.
Ooh,
Okay.
The door itself is rebuilt.
Dude, they got a door guy.
And as you enter, you see an old woman who you recognize to be Morgantha, and 2 children with her inside who are helping to make what appears to be pies. And as
the
you guys
door-
approach and the door opens, she turns and she looks at you. Hello. I have been expecting you.
Well met. And I will step through the door.
Vasily steps up behind you but doesn't fully enter. He kind of stands outside the door looking in with his hand on his blade.
I'll step into the door, but like close on the right side,
Okay.
like directly to the right of the door. Or I'll kind of just have my hands crossed against my chest and lean back against the wall.
This is Hermes talking. I didn't place that Vasily probably can't be much help. Because we haven't really seen him enter places.
Yeah, but now he can see you make a deal with a hag.
You've seen him enter places. He came into the tavern.
Yeah, tavern's open to everybody though. I don't know if that's how that works.
He could just be guarding the door. Like, you
Yeah.
don't, like, he's stepped into the door frame. He hasn't entered, but it's also a small room. And he doesn't really know what's happening here yet. He hasn't been here before. Okay, I had to check the names of the children. As you guys step in, Morgantha kind of pats her knees and the children come running up and she kind of rubs their heads. Freak, Myrtle, head upstairs. Mommy's got some talking to do.
What were the kids' names?
Freak and Myrtle. Freek and Myrtle is in moaning. And they both nod and kind of look at you guys and run upstairs. Alistair, you do recognize, because you were the first one up originally, and one of the only ones who really saw the children. These are the same children, but before they were scared of the hag. But they both run upstairs.
Interesting. Okay.
Morgantha kind of paces, kind of mirroring your movement on the other side of the windmill. So, what brings you back to my windmill?
I wanted to talk with you, and at that point, I will undo my crossbow and lay it on the ground.
Okay.
I wanted to talk with you and see about rearranging some of our deals.
Well, negotiation might be possible, but wasn't this that you're willing to offer me in exchange? She smiles, and her teeth are like, some of them are missing, some of them are rotted. After all, something's gotta be in it for me. She turns to, as you're thinking, she turns to a Doonbee. Good to see you again, friend. Well rested, I hope.
Doomie just kind of glares at her.
DM, quick question. Does Alistair know that her name is Morgantha?
I think so. I'm pretty sure that she introduced herself.
I think it was said, but I'm not sure. Morgantha, you seem very powerful. And I want to offer you something that I myself don't have access to. I want to offer you a glimpse into my past.
Interesting. And what might be the asking price for such a prize?
It occurs to me that one of our party members seems to be fading from this plane.
Ah, yes. I know of what you speak. Although your description is lacking.
I would like to know more, if you'd be willing, of course. And I'm like being as respectful as Alistair possibly can, so he's kind of grinning and bearing it right now.
Oh. Far be I from a gossip, but who am I to speak to other people's curses? But I'll tell you, for fun.
Okay.
Each morning, your friend loses a little bit of himself, fading from existence bit by bit. And come a few days more time, he shall vanish entirely. He'll dwindle to nothing more but a gust of wind. Don't worry. He's still got a few days.
Either way, I would like to make up for his deal with this new one of ours.
Well, dear. One's past is special indeed. However, being aware of one's past, paltry. Now, possessing one's past, another story. You already don't remember what harm comes from sweetening the deal just a little bit.
This is true. But are you saying I will remember nothing? And I'm asking her.
Well, that's up to you, dearie. How much are you willing to give? After all, to negotiate on another's behalf, prices are steep. I don't see him here. Not that I would anyway.
This is Hermes. I hate this and I'm sweating.
I'm pretty proud of that hag laugh.
That was a really good hag laugh.
Just waiting to like walk in the middle of the street and go, oh!
Okay. Enough of this. What will it take for you to get out of our lives for good?
Out of your lives, dearie, I'm barely in it. You come joust into my house, remember?
Yes. We don't have much time left, and one way or another we have to leave here with what we need. So, what do you want?
I want many things, dearie. And for the price of all of them, I'm not sure you're capable of paying. Individually, sure. We can negotiate. But for all of you, it would take more than the two of you to pay.
Just name your price.
Morgantha, if you could have one thing, what would it be? I can tell you that.
You first.
I can tell you that for me, it would be my friend's safety and answers to my past.
Bold to share.
Seemed the place.
What I want more than anything you can't give me, dearie, but a price could be arranged. What specifically are you asking for beyond just saving your friend? As it seems that the two of you are negotiating different prices, different deals. What are you asking for specifically?
Adumi just glares at Alistair as he waits for him to answer.
Hold up. Jesus. Okay. Alistair says, I would like for Sten's safety and answers as to what I am.
You can't forget about a Doom.
This is not what you said.
Wait, Adumbi, are you ailed?
Huh?
Hold up, I might change that.
Literally all of us are ailed, except
Right,
all of
but-
us are ailed. Yeah.
But
So
a Doom
Adunbi, just as a refresher of things
I'm
you know,
cursed.
yeah.
Okay, hold up.
Adunbi is down hit points. Mim is down
Yeah.
hit points and has an agreement with the hag that we don't yet know the status of. But the phrasing was she wants to that the hag can see things from Mim's perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. So Hermes had it fucked up.
Andar, the hag has Andar's luck. The hag has Alistair's shadow.
Yeah.
And then she told you what was happening to Sten.
Yep.
So that's
then
the
can I-
roundup.
Can I retcon what I just said?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I would like for my friend's deals to be over and to know what I am, and you can take everything else.
This is a steep price.
I'm aware.
And not one I'm sure that the two of you are capable of paying.
What is the price?
But
I'm tired of you talking in riddles.
But I will propose a counteroffer.
All right.
For the safety of your friend, the removal of his ailment, the rabbit. For an explanation of your past. And for this angry one here to feel better in the morning. I will grant these things in exchange for your soul.
And what of Andar and what of Mim?
That's a higher price, dearie. As I said, I don't
Can
think
I
the
do
two of
it?
you are capable of paying for all of you.
Can I make an insight check to see if she's just like, if she thinks this is actually fair, or is she just trying to strong arm us?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like bullshitting us. Uh, 14.
With a 14, you can tell that she knows she has the upper hand, and that she also knows that you guys are desperate. And so in her mind, pretty much anything she asks for is fair because you need what she has. She doesn't need what you have. Although, even with the 14, you can tell the idea of a soul excites her, and you can see a little bit of drool dribbling down her lip.
Do I hear anyone else in the windmill besides the kids and her?
Roll me a perception check.
19.
You hear the two sets of footprints footfalls upstairs, both of which sound small. And you hear the kind of like strong breeze blowing through some of the windows that you guys broke and that one like hole in the third story that you guys blasted. And you can also hear the creaking of the actual windmill turning, but you don't hear any other footsteps or any other sounds of life or
Yeah, I gotcha.
talking or anything. It does seem that you guys are alone in the windmill with all of parties present having been witnessed.
Going to step up to her, not like
Yeah.
not intimidating.
No, just stepping up.
And I'm going to say, a soul would be a lot for you to have. If you can throw in the safety of all of my friends, then you have yourself a deal.
Define safety.
No ailment will fall on them. No ailment will fall on them.
Dearie, the prices you ask are so high. Your friends made the arrangements of their own free will.
And I'm giving you a soul.
Them. You are. And I have given you a fair price for it.
Adumi will speak up at this point and be like, So you're saying that you don't want a soul?
No. What I'm saying is that I believe that your soul is worth what I've stated. No more, no less.
How common would you say it is to find a soul to get from someone?
In Barovia, rarer than you'd think. But every once in a while, you happen upon one.
So it seems to me that asking for safety for his friends is more than worth the cost of his soul.
Ah, but dearie, I can't promise their safety forever. I'm not a god. I'm just an old woman trying to make a business out of pastries.
And how about this, if I may, Alistair?
You can certainly try.
How about you lift the curses or hexes temporarily so that we can escape this foul place, and you can have your souls afterwards.
Ah, dearie. Although that would normally be a deal I would take, clearly you do not understand the laws of this place. You see, were you to escape, you would be beyond my reach. I'd never be able to collect, dearie.
Escape the city. That's this cursed act.
Vallaki.
Yes.
You just want out of Vallaki?
But right now our friends are in danger, and there's not much we can do.
I have an idea.
I've seen
Morgantha,
precious few of those recently.
I will make this deal with you. If you remove the curses from Sten and Nadumbi and transfer the curses from Andar and Mim onto me, You can have my soul.
Now we're talking, dearie. Look
Alistair,
at you getting
Alistair.
creative.
That's not a fair deal.
So,
Don't need to do that.
just so we're clear, the befallments of Mim and Andar fall to you. Your existing arrangement stands. And I spare Sten and Adunbi of the previous arrangements, yes? And
Yes.
in exchange, I get your soul.
Yes.
Allow me to
Alistair, do
look up
not-
what happens if a PC has their soul taken from them.
Okay.
Alistair, I do not think you understand the meaning of what you're doing.
We're not gonna get a fair deal here. You guys will have to avenge this. I'm also gonna switch headphones because it's yelling battery low at me.
Okay,
Soul.
come back soon.
Is Vasily just eating popcorn while this is happening?
Yeah, he's watching. He had nothing to do with this. He's just observing.
Like eagerly? Or like, all right, I'll be outside.
No, he's standing in front of the door and he's kind of gripping the sword. To be fair, no one's paying attention to him. So,
He's definitely just here for backup if shit goes south.
I knew we should've killed her when we had the chance.
What happens to a
interesting.
PC if they lose their soul? 5e. All of the stuff I'm reading is just like, if they die. Ah.
I mean, I can play somebody without a soul. I definitely have ideas.
Okay.
We should have killed her when we had the chance.
Here's
We're
the
definitely
plan.
not equipped currently.
Nope. I really wanted to
If
attack her
this
the
is
last
your
time.
wish, it can be granted. And she holds out a warty, freckled, wrinkled hand. You have a deal, should you choose to accept it.
Alistair, don't do this.
We'll make this work. And I cast a light on my glove, and I shake her hand.
The light, as you grip, turns a sickly shade of mottled green as it begins to crawl up your arm and envelop your body, and you feel this wrenching sensation as this white wispy energy collects in your chest and comes forcing out your throat. You almost feel like you're choking on this essence, and as it exits your mouth, the whole world kind of turns to this mottled gray. All of the vibrant hues and smells of the windmill kind of fade away. Everything starts to look like it's in these silent movie sepia tones. Any emotions you feel have become fully muted as this bright, shining orb of wispy energy floats from your mouth. And the hag, with her other hand, her right hand still holding yours, and this energy coiled around you, plucks it from the air, brings it down, and reaches under the fabric of her blouse and pulls out this black, flesh-stitched bag and gently drops it in and tightens it with her teeth before tucking it back. And she tosses your hand back, and the energy shatters around you, just like wisps off of you in this kind of smoky, tenuous flares that just kind of fade off. You feel empty and cold and dull, and
Alistair is a sociopath.
The color seems
Fuck.
to have physically drained from your clothes, from your being. You almost appear to be in grayscale yourself.
All right.
And she takes her hand and coils her fingers. And you watch as the mottled green shifts to the bright green that almost looks like Sten's fur. And this kind of what color was your magic, Andar?
I believe it was blue.
Yeah, I thought so too. It's kind of this like dark royal blue kind of coils around her fingers. Oh no, I'm sorry. Mim and yeah. So the green from Sten, the blue from Andar, the pink from Mim, and this kind of dark emerald forest green of a Doonbee coils around her fingers. And you watch as the green fades off, but the blue coils off her fingers, as does the pink, and roll its way over you, coursing, and then as it makes contact, turning to this muddled gray tone as it courses over your chest. And rather than like coating you, it almost seems to just kind of like sink through your armor into your body. A Doonbee, you are returned to full hit points.
Okay.
Mim, you are also returned to full hit points. Sten, as you're walking down the street, dressed as Rictavio, your feet suddenly feel more solid on the ground, and you almost are stomping as you realize, like, all of your weight seemed to be off your feet, and now you almost stumble as you catch yourself and realize you can feel yourself for the first time in a couple days. You feel solid in a way that you haven't in at least 48 hours.
I'm just gonna look at Irina with just like concerned eyes.
She's going to see Rictavio trip and stumble and then look at him concerned and is going, "Are you alright?"
I don't know.
Back at the windmill.
Do I get my strength back?
You do.
Okay.
And all of the other conditions you were under are no longer active. Alistair, you stand up. Slowly, methodically. And the hag looks at a Doonbee, looks at Alistair, looks back at a Doonbee. Have fun with your friend.
Demi will wrap Alistair, like not fireman carry, but like put his arm around his shoulders and try to support him out of the house or the windmill.
As you're doing so, real quick, roll me a perception check. And yes, Alistair, what's up?
Did anything happen to me? Did I take the hit points?
The hit points are fine.
Okay.
I will connect with you about what happens to you.
24.
You notice that as you're walking out, Vasily is watching this whole thing, and there almost seems to be a simmering anger underneath his eyes, pointed at Morgantha.
Gotcha.
And as you step out, Morgantha waves a hand and the door shuts behind.
Demi will ask Vasily, do you know her?
I was aware of her presence, but I am not fond of some decisions that were made today. And he turns and he walks back down the path.
Is Alistair in right enough mind to discern what he meant by that, i.e. roll insight on that?
Roll me insight at disadvantage because you just had your soul sucked, so you're
that's
not with
fair.
it.
Okay, that's not terrible. Where's insight? 12?
It's unclear what decisions he means because he could be talking about yours, he could be talking about hers. He seems to be mad at her, but it's unclear if it's for the actions from your decision or if he would be mad at her for some reason.
Does it feel hard to read? Does it feel like it was difficult? It's actually difficult to read his intentions there, like that he's trying to like hide his meaning, or
you can tell that he's got. It's basically like
if I
with
asked,
your
basically,
perception, I'll say, not with his insight, but with your perception, I'll say, you can tell he's not trying to let on he's mad. You can tell that the mad's kind of eking through despite himself.
Okay, I'll ask him later then.
All right, and you guys head back towards Vallaki, and I think that's a good place to stop for today.
More.
Well, we made a lot of progress. Alistair lost his soul.
I
Yeah.
I swear, I try and prep like every possible thing that you guys can do, and every time you guys are like, any semblance of what could possibly be an expectable plan? Nah! We'll split up into 4 parties of a maximum of 2 and go all over town. Oh
All
my
before lunchtime, baby.
Okay, so like full like Hermes thinking and that, right, was everybody is down and everybody's ailed in some way. So to get the party's like level of power back up, stack it all on one person.
Oh my god.
That makes logical sense.
But it's rough.
And Alistair would do anything for his friends. That's one of his faults.
Yeah.
So here we
that
are.
pouch. Oh my god. As
That
far
was
as Haglor
awesome,
goes.
Cap.
God.
Oh boy.
Also, Cap, accurate.
I knew what you were going for with it, and I was like,
we didn't have many options.
well, no, because your character, like, I was like, oh my god, Alistair is one of those people that is like ready to jump at an opportunity to sacrifice themselves. I'm like, I can't. There's no way I can talk him out of this. There's no way I can like stop him from like going through with the deal, even if it's shitty.
Well, the other part was like there was no way in hell she was going to lift everyone's curses. Period.
Yeah.
Like there was
and
no
I
way.
totally discern that.
Yeah, there was no price that you guys could pay because she knew that she had the upper hand.
That's why. I knew she was gonna want that, so I was gonna go from the angle of like she really it's the inside. She really wanted a soul. It's like, well, would she slip up? Would she do something stupid in the possibility that she might get a lot of souls?
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna promise. I wanted to promise her like both our souls after she helps us essentially.
Well, so
that's
that was the
angle
funny
I was gonna
thing.
go for.
Was inadvertently you guys triggered a subtle lore dump, not just hag-wise, but also like you guys kind of got some larger hints, which you never would have even gotten close to getting at this point in time other ways. And so it's very strange. This is a very strange campaign, but I feel like it's shaping up to be very interesting soon.
Well, hopefully
Alistair's gonna be even more of a problem. Got it.
well, now he's not going to care about the consequences of his actions.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Nope.
He's
Well, to be
truly
fair,
evolved.
this is going to be really interesting, and Hermes, you and I are going to have to connect afterwards, but Alistair is not going to be able to really make decisions from this point. Alistair has no creativity. Alistair has no personality. Alistair has no problem-solving capabilities. Alistair is a husk that can put together basic tasks and mimic the knowledge set before him or that he's previously experienced, but can no longer empathize. Sociopath, sure, in the sense that he can no longer empathize or understand emotion, but also logically, he has to follow rules of logic that would be predetermined and preset. He can't ever invent anything. He can't come up with a new solution. He can't come up with a creative way to do something.
So you're saying he's dead?
Isn't
Essentially, yeah. I'm playing a one-track mind character.
You're playing essentially a drone. Your soul has been taken from you. You cannot feel emotion. You cannot create. You cannot problem solve or try like this would be nice to do for someone. Doesn't occur to you.
So okay, I know we're gonna connect, but does he? Like, I didn't lose more memories, right? He still remembers basically.
He remembers everything he previously remembered because you renegotiated so that the past wasn't included.
So he's essentially a one-track killing machine, because that's what he was before Barovia. He was a bounty hunter.
He knows how to shoot things.
Shit. Cool.
But he won't. He's not gonna be like. He'll have enough logic to know like.
He doesn't produce like thought. He doesn't produce like motivation towards things.
Correct.
Like he's basically just a husk.
And there's still the animal tendencies of like self-preservation of like you're not gonna like walk into town and shoot a person because you know immediately that like people would turn on you. And in a way, like animal-wise, the group is kind of your herd of like you know what the herd does makes sense for you.
Got you.
But
so I'm shooty boy with barbarian mentality. Got it.
we are gonna have to get you your soul back when we can reconvene and strengthen up.
Yep.
But you bought us some time and some strength.
I'm gonna buy so many tomatoes for the stockade.
I was at literal half HP from
just for Andar. That's insane.
I truly believe that I like both as a player and as the character that this was the way to go.
Hey, Ryan. Ryan.
Yeah.
Do we level up?
No.
God damn it.
Honestly, so I won't lie to you. I thought you were gonna level up today because I thought that you were gonna fight the hag today.
I wanted to fight the hag.
I also will fully say I had the coolest moment planned for that fight. Holy shit. I was so excited.
It could still be even cooler because now there's so much more at stake.
We also, what level were we when we first fought the hag?
Level
3.
And we're 4 now. Oh, I was like, but we're still not. I still feel.
I mean, we could have. We
also fought a coven.
But to be fair, you fought 3 of them. There's only 1 of her now.
Yeah.
And for the love of God, you guys have Vasily.
Yeah.
Who's scared of every doorway?
Yeah, I don't.
There's a reason I brought him with.
He's Strahd, I know it. Or he is friend. He's
I think there's a lot of Strahd's friends.
They're all
town.
friends. Everyone is.
Dude, bottom line, he's a vampire.
Yeah.
Come on.
Wait, isn't it daytime?
Yeah.
Sure.
It is daytime.
If you read the Van Richten's guide, you'd know that that's totally fine for some people.
I don't know.
Okay,
All I know
above
is
table, I'm going to let you guys know, Nick called me, and he read the whole entry of Van Richten's guide, and he was like, how much of this is canon? And I was like, most of it, but you're going to have to read it in-game. You can't know all this now. But he read the whole thing.
I did.
considering like the only thing our characters know, well, not mine, but the only thing your characters know was from like what the priests and everything else has told you about the vampires.
Yeah, he's like, just use a steak. And so I crafted a steak and I gave it to someone. Didn't do a thing.
Anyway, I do have to head out. I have to get a couple things ready before tonight. So
Yep, all
thanks for
right.
the game. That was really fun.
Of course. Thank
Yeah.
you guys.
Oh man.
Good game,
See you
yeah.
guys.
Well, okay.
Everybody-
So just so that we know, we ended this session. Andar and Mim are in jail. Alistair has no soul, and a Doonbee is literally carrying the husk of Alistair back to town, and Sten is currently Rictavio. So just so that we all know how we wrapped up today's session.
That's all for this
I'm the
people.
only one with no accountability. Like the other two groups know that at least they're, somewhere and existing.
Hey,
Oh
you started
my
existing
God.
again.
Oh, sure, but you don't know that.
Huh? I'm sure we'll find out at some point. And I'm sure, well, also, we have to look on the bright side. All those negative things happen, but we at least have gained 40-something hit points, got someone's luck back, and have someone not about to die.
Anfern says you're
No,
still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
There's no
still alive.
weapons. Side,
do
it's all
positive damage
gray.
now. So that's cool.
Most of us are still alive.
Mim
Yeah.
took no damage this whole time, and got
Perfect
her
rogue.
back. Great.
Perfect
Here,
road.
wait, I've got hold up. I've got a thing for this.
But
Boom. This is me now.
Nice, yep. Hello, darkness.
Oh,
He was always his friend.
All right,
you just go to
guys.
every
Avoid the
session
copyright,
just
right?
straight-faced. All right, I gotta dip out though.
I
I'll
will
talk to
see you
later.
guys. Thank you for playing.
Thanks for hosting. That was really fun.
Of course.
Bye.
You guys put me through the ringer today.
Oh, jeez.